Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the Board of Forestry Retreat. For the record, I'm Jim Kelly and serve as chair of the board. We will not perform a roll call, but remind everyone that this public meeting will serve as a planning retreat and no formal decisions will be made. Additionally, no public comment will be available today. We are live streaming this event on YouTube, and to make sure our viewers online can follow along with our hybrid proceedings, I'll remind everyone participating in the hybrid retreat to please silence your cell phones, includes me, and limit background noises. Remember to mute yourself when you are not speaking. For the record, we ask everyone participating today to state their names using the available microphones so those listening online can track our commentary. If you experience technical issues, use the chat function on Zoom to connect with our ODF host during this event. With the majority of our participants being in person, we will do our best to honor breaks and announce our times when reconvening or adjourning the retreat. Like day 1, I would like everyone seated around the table to announce their name and position for the record, and then we'll move to opening remarks. And just for fun, let's go the other direction.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Special. Good morning, everyone. It's good to see you all again. Robin Harkless with the National Policy Consensus Center.
And good morning, everyone. Ryan Gordon, Planning Branch Director with the Department of Forestry.
Ben Doimling, board member.
Good morning, Josh Bernard, Forest Resources Division Chief.
Brenda McComb, board member.
Mike Wilson, State Forest Division Chief.
Morning, Joe Justice, board member.
Good morning, Bill Herber, Deputy Director for Administration, ODF.
John DeKarzik, Planning Branch.
Good morning, Lizak Powa, board member.
Good morning, Andy White, Northwest Oregon Area Director.
Joe Arbo, filling in as the Eastern Oregon Area Director.
Good morning, I'm Teresa Williams. I'm the Acting Chief of the Fire Protection Division.
Good morning, I'm Carla Chambers, board member.
Chandra Ferrari, board member.
Cal Mukamoto, State Forester.
Okay, great. I guess I don't need 2 of these. All right. Yeah, I believe this is on. Yeah. So first thing I'd just like to acknowledge is that I think we had a very successful event last night focused on urban forestry. It was amazing to see the energy in the room. It's really obviously an issue that is in the forefront, unlike it has been in the past, and all the people that were there and that energy was really something to behold. So we wanted that to be an inspirational event, and I think it certainly achieved what we were hoping for. So congratulations to everybody who put that together. Today, obviously we're really going to look to the future, and it's really our first big formal step towards the update of the Forestry Program for Oregon. So big challenge, big day, and I'm excited. Still with some dread, but I'm excited. And I'm excited because I'm having a donut this morning, my sort of once a year donut. And yeah. All right, Cal.
Well, thank you. For the record, my name is Cal Mukamoto. I'm State Forester. And good morning, everyone. I think you got up this morning and it was a great fall day. I mean, we are definitely seeing school children and leaves are turning colors. And I think it's time to be happy and grateful for what we have. Yesterday in the process, we did start out with an evaluation of where we are or where we have been. And I think that gives us a good base. I think we had a good discussion on that. And then we moved into talking about things like governance and other processes such as work plan, and our meeting schedule. And I agree with you, Jim. Last night was a big success. It was really great to see all the people attending that. And I also thank all the organizers for that event. It was good to see what the challenges are facing urban forestry. Well, not good, but it was good to hear that and understand it better from the people who are actually dealing with it on a day-to-day basis. Plus, I reached out and met people I haven't met before that are concerned about forestry, not just in Portland, but in other areas such as our state forests. We also learned about the issues that are facing urban forestry, such as deforestation, places in places quite often where people who live in those areas are least likely to be able to deal with them, such as the elderly. And I think it was mentioned that in some of those places there was quite a few deaths that occurred during the heat dome event. Also, if you look at it, workforce was also brought up. And I think that's just not affecting us here in the urban areas, but it just shows that we have a workforce issue in Oregon and we need to train people in how to deal with these issues. So like Jim Kelly, I'm looking forward to the vision. Now we've looked at the past, we looked at process, and now we're going to look forward. And I was very happy to be able to read in our preparation documents the vision statements from our board members, although they weren't identified, but I think I could figure them out. Anyway, but I'm interested in the commonalities that were among a lot of the board members, and then I think the discussion with the differences. So I invite people to do that today. I also, again, invite my ET executive team to participate like they did yesterday. I appreciate that. And speak from your heart, speak from your mind, and let's go forward. Okay, Robin, or it's Ryan. Yeah, Ryan, excuse me.
Oh, you got me turned on here. Number one. So Dave and Joy, do you guys want to introduce yourselves real quick, and maybe you can just pass the mic down?
Good morning, everyone. Dave Larson, Southern Oregon Area Director. Sorry I'm late, not used to Portland traffic and school buses.
Good morning, everybody. Joy Krausick, ODF's Public Affairs Manager.
Thanks. Yeah, so it was a little bit of a surprise to me to see that I'm making comments as well. But good morning again, everyone. I'll talk some logistics real quick. Just a reminder once again on the microphones that we've got the mics in the middle that pick up all the conversation in the room for the Zoom feed. But we've got also these wireless that will pass around so that everyone in the room can hear each other. We've got them spread about. And you don't need to hit the button on the mic, just leave them hot live all the time, and it'll work. Just trust us. Let's see. So in terms of today, I don't know that I have a lot more to add other than just a reminder that we do have a subcommittee of 3 board members that have been working with me and with Hillary and John Tokarczyk, Danny Norlander, and Robin as well to help prep today's session, but also to think big about the revision, or really a complete revisioning of the forestry program for Oregon, and possibly thinking about a different name for it as well. And those 3 board members, just so everyone is aware, Ben Doimling, Brenda McComb, and Joe Justice. And we will continue to work together as a team for the next 12 to 18 months to see this process through, and look for continued opportunities to engage with all of you and get feedback in this public open format. In addition to taking advantage of our planned meeting schedule next year to move about and get input and feedback from the community at large. In terms of today, our goal really is to walk away with some tangible stuff. Robin, I'm sure, is going to give an overview of the plan here, but we'll be doing some small group work. We'll be doing some big group work, and trying to walk away with some words today that mean something to all of us. I'm really looking forward to it, and appreciate everyone's participation.
Yeah, so I guess I'll do a quick just overview of the run of show for today so everybody can kind of settle into our conversations. We will be splitting off into small groups later this morning before the break to do some visioning work. And after the break, we'll come back and have some conversation about that. So we're really trying to target with the formal launch of the FPFO revision to really start at that higher altitude of, the North Star. What is the vision for all of this? And we'll want to hear from our subcommittee of the board, some of their thinking and intention setting behind that, some of the principles that they're really hoping to kind of prompt you all in that conversation, a bit of a lens around it, a bit of an invitation. We'll get there in a moment. And then this afternoon, we'll want to just do some more work. So we may drop down a little bit deeper into conversations around values. And we had some reflections last night about, wanting to make sure that you do come out of this with something tangible, but recognizing that you're embarking on a process of actually engaging with each other on some really big, high-level issues that will have impacts, hopefully, for years, decades to come. And so this is, it's okay for you to go slow in order to go fast later. So we want to just encourage you to settle into those conversations, and as Cal urged, to just really continue to bring your open minds and hearts to this. Share your values, be okay with difference, and be okay with agreeing and aligning. So we'll just encourage that throughout the day. And then we'll wrap up actually before we leave with really a conversation about next steps. What does this engagement look like? Really, what does it look like? Both amongst yourselves, but then with your external partners. How do you want to engage with the other land managers in the state? How do you want to engage with some of the communities out there who are impacted by the decisions that you make? So we want to make sure we leave time for that as well, so we get some good direction from the board and the executive team on that. So that's kind of the lay of the land. We'll be taking a few breaks. We'll obviously have lunch, so don't worry, we'll take breaks as needed. But I really encourage you to kind of lean in and bring the energy and focus that you brought yesterday. I was really impressed by that. And before we go into the launch, one of the reflections from yesterday was I observed, I think others observed, a real a sentiment around wanting to create space for more discourse. The board wants to make space for more discourse amongst itself. The board wants to make space with the executive team for discourse. And this is a specific opportunity for you in this FPFO revision to do that. And then we started talking about collaborative engagement, collaborative work together. And it seems worth a pause just to ask some questions around that. What do we mean by a collaborative engagement? And I actually do want to invite Jim and Cal to put you on the spot again, but you had some reflections we talked about in the debrief, and I'd love to just hear some of your thoughts and then open this up to the rest of the group about as we're starting to embark on maybe a different way of doing business together in this FPFO space, what does that look like? And then practically speaking, where do we see some real opportunities, and maybe where do we see some challenges? And let's set sort of some intentions with all of that before we launch. So I'm going to stop talking and invite our esteemed leaders to say a few words about this.
You want to say it first?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of different things we can talk about, relative to collaboration. But I think probably for a lot of people, when we start talking about it, there's probably a bit of an overreaction to, is this going to be a big change? Can I not sit and do my work at my desk? And I don't think, I think collaboration we should think of as a tool, not a reinvention of how we work, but a very different approach, I think, for this board and for the executive team to truly work together. You look at the Forestry Program for Oregon now; it is totally owned by this board, and the product that we're seeking would look very different from page one. if we do this successfully. I can't remember what other thoughts we were talking about last night.
Yeah, and I have additional thoughts that occur when you're in a room by yourself and it's quiet. But collaboration, I have experience with collaboration because I've worked with Indian tribes, and that's the way they do business. And I've also have collaboration from working with collaborative groups. I ran the multi-party monitoring team on Metolius for 8 years, and that was a diverse group of not controversial, but conservationists to loggers to just the regular person that's threatened by wildfire. But what the characteristics of that, and I think we talked about this yesterday, Jim, was basically it allows all voices to be heard and creates that creativity that you may not get in just a normal situation. And that's, people, when they talk about collaboration, I've had legislators call me up when I was doing the stuff on the Metolius and say, I don't believe in collaboration. It's, but it's because they hesitant because it might take too longer than what you think, but it comes out with a better product. And I think that's what we're looking for. We yesterday talked about ownership. Oh, is there? No, go ahead. Okay. We talked about ownership, and that's what collaboration allows you to get, that ownership and buy-in into the vision so you can all support it. The second thing is that you're already a functioning team. I mean, we talked about the soft side yesterday, Liz, but I believe you are already becoming what I see characteristics of a good functioning team. And one of the features of a good functioning team is that individuals on the team start displaying their roles, where they shine. Carl, I'm going to call you out. One of the areas that you shine is economics and, those sort of areas. And so this is the sort of things that you guys can contribute in fashioning a vision for Oregon that fits all Oregonians. And that's what I'm going to say. Yeah, you're going to disagree with me.
No, not going to disagree with you. One other thought that just came up in our conversation yesterday afternoon, because, collaboration is basically about communication and very simple communication. And we had an excellent concrete example yesterday in this room when we were talking about the advisory committees, and we, the board members, were all talking about it from our point of view. And Joy came up and brought into the conversation, you guys understand how much work this makes for staff? That is an example of otherwise what was going to be a really kind of incomplete conversation. And very simple example, but that's collaboration.
Yeah. I was going to say, so that means not only do we want to hear from the board, we want this collaboration with our staff, because you guys will ground us in the realities of what it takes to do some of these things. So, so that's where the collaborative venture goes.
Thoughts from the other members of the board and executive team on this. So we really want to invite some conversation about what's the value of doing this together, co-designing, developing this FPFO, and honestly, practically speaking, where do you anticipate challenges or have some discomfort? Let's just try to get that out on the table so that we can actually design this in a way that's going to work for everybody.
I didn't press a button. It's working. Okay. I think the challenge is staying strategic with this and not getting tactical. There's always the risk of getting too far down in the weeds. There's obviously lots of very important jobs that the Department of Forestry does, including firefighting, and it's very, very important. But the strategic plan needs to be overarching, and I think we just need to keep that lens. That's really an important lens to create. I'm going to speak for our committee here just a little bit. We want this to be concise. We don't want a book. We're not creating. We want something that people can refer to and get the vision. Right. That's what this is, and that's often hard to do. It's really, really difficult to do. That's a pitfall. So that's my advice: is we need to stay strategic.
Brenda McComb for the record. So relative to Cal and Jim's comments, think collaboration is necessary and difficult, and there is some dread involved with that, Jim. But the staff, ODF staff, will have to take whatever is produced and implement it. So they're the tacticians. The board are the strategists. And if those two things are separate, then it makes it very difficult for the tacticians to do their job in a way that are going to meet the expectations for the strategists. So the staff have to have a voice in what that strategy is. Without that voice, there's a disconnect between the strategy and the tactics. And so my pitch to the staff is, please contribute your ideas to where this needs to go, because you're going to be the ones doing the work. We're just sitting out here coming up with ideas, and some of those ideas are pretty flaky sometimes. So keep us on task.
You know, I think to both of your points, which is a similar point, the way I was kind of describing it, is that the board is intensely involved and then kind of fades into the background a little bit as this becomes more tactical.
So in our organization, every year we go through intense organic and third-party certified sustainable audits, and the most rigorous financial audits we can go through. And the reason we do that is that's an outside view on how we're doing and where we're at. And you get a grade on those audits. And I think it's a really good baseline for, okay, where are we? And as we think about strategy and getting to the 30,000 foot level, part of the key thing we want to be sure we understand is really, where are we today? How, if we had an environmental audit on Oregon forestry, what would we look like? What kind of grade would we truly get? Not what we write, but what kind of grade would we truly get? And I think that's a healthy place, at least for a for-profit organization, to always start with, is where are we really? And I think it'd be healthy in this application as well, because to determine where you're going, you need a pretty clear vision of where you are. And I like the 30,000. How do we get up on top of this and have that conversation of really, where do we want to land?
One more thought, Ben Doimling for the record. As I've been sort of thinking about this work and how we collaborate as a board and ET and the department, I think there's one of the elephants in the room is sort of time scale and durability. And the board is a changing body. Board culture changes along with it. As we've seen, the department changes as well, but I think on a different time scale. And, you know, there's a number of new ET folks here recently, but I just wanted to sort of call that out, that change happens on different scales between the board and the department. And my hope for this work that we're going to do today and ongoing is that this work can transcend that as much as possible. And I think to Joe's point of the 30,000 foot view, I think this is less about any one of our particular ideas. We all have strong ideas about this, but hopefully we can create some work that can transcend that and can be durable. And just so that we can continue to use that going forward, even when the board changes and the board culture changes, the ET changes, new staff come into the department. Just want to call that out. It's something I'm very conscious of.
I'll jump in with a couple of additional thoughts. All really good conversations so far. And the one thing that I was thinking in the back of my mind as well is that collaboration doesn't mean that we always agree. I think that there is often this sense that if we're collaborating, then we must be reaching consensus and everybody agrees on everything. I think collaboration is more about a shared experience, a shared understanding, and building relationships and trust so that we can communicate well when we don't agree. So when we disagree, and having a safe space for that. I think that's a really important. And the other thing I'd put out, and I think we've been touching on it, is really defining clear roles and responsibilities. And that goes back a lot to the conversation that we had yesterday. As we embark on this, you know, Brenda was talking about strategy versus tactics. and the roles and responsibilities within there, I think that there's got to be some concern on the part of staff that the board could overreach and micromanage through this process. And so I think it's important to call that concern out and recognize that we have the ability here, and as we continue to talk about that and to help to develop those appropriate roles and responsibilities and communication pathways, both in the interactions that we have informally and then also formally through some of the work that we do, not just on the FPFO revision, but also through the board governance process. I think those are my notes.
Let's hear from some of the executive team, others from the executive team, or staff leadership. Are you all part of the executive team? At least staff leadership, we'll say agency leadership.
For the record, Josh Bernard. And I want to thank Ryan for going first, because I think he summarized some of the things on my mind a little bit more eloquently than I could right off. But I think, I would be personally myself supportive of this idea. It creates those connections between where we're at implementation wise and where we're trying to bridge that from the strategy level down into the organization. So I do think it would be beneficial. I had the similar challenges on my mind that Ryan listed as, how do we work through that? There will be places, obviously, that there's not always agreement. How do we work through that in a collegial manner and come out with positive outcomes on the backside of that? So I just want to kind of echo that, and I think that's probably on many folks' mind as we think about this, because this is a new process for us. So those are my thoughts.
I'm just going to ask, are there other concerns out there? I don't want to focus just on the negative, but I'm curious, are there other concerns that folks have? I think it's important to try to get it out now, up front, before we go into the day.
Lizak Power, for the record. I don't know if it's a concern, Ryan, but I think when Josh was talking about collaboration, I was wondering, so what does good collaboration with the board look like to you, and in contrast to what hasn't worked before? So if you could maybe provide an example or two, what would that be?
I guess I have a vision of what I've heard here and how that would play out. I was not here for the last FPFO revision, so I don't know exactly how that played out with staff. But the way I see that is, and what I'm hearing here is, a constructive dialogue between ET members and the board, trying to figure out both the impacts, externally and internally as we look at that, and trying to figure out where the best balance is as we strike that. So I'm seeing that as a two-way dialogue. That's kind of what I'm seeing right now in terms of the collaboration. There's certain pieces of knowledge that ET has, right? Like, what's the effect on our work, our staff, all the current core business that we have, and any other projects, excuse me, that we're trying to achieve and manage currently. So that's kind of what I see our role.
Is that helpful, Liz, to give you a little more concrete?
Yeah, so I just would like to, I guess, express my biggest concern, and it probably goes without saying that, I'm concerned that this, at the end of the day, will spend a lot of work and it won't be useful. It won't be used by staff, it won't really be used by other stakeholders, and maybe we'll end up on a shelf with plenty of other strategic plans that land there. And I think part of the challenge that we have is in making it a relevant document and managing that, place where we're not micromanaging, but we're getting to a level where you can understand what we think, how we think you could implement the vision that we're putting out there. And I think that's a difficult space to navigate. And as I'm looking through our current FPFO, it seems like we threw a lot of, we have a lot of goals, number one. and we have a lot of actions under all of these goals, but there really isn't a conversation about which of those is really most important to move forward. And I liken this kind of to conservation and recovery plans for species, where, like Carla said, you start with a where are we, and then you say, okay, where do we want to be, which is something that I think we can articulate. But then in between that, you're like, well, geez, what are the key limiting factors that are preventing us from getting there? And then what are the actions to address those, and who has control over those actions? You know, and so you can get into various levels of detail for that, but which of those pieces are appropriate for this strategy and document? Because I think you have to eventually address all of those. But then you are quickly getting away from where we wanted to be, which was, I think, concise document that's a guiding document. But so anyway, I guess the concern is that I'm still struggling with all of that stuff, and I'm hoping that we'll, through all of our conversations and through inputs from others, we'll get to that right balance. But that's where I'm at.
So it's, sorry, Joy Krasik, ODF. It's kind of a concern, challenge, but maybe mostly a reminder. And I think it goes to Ben's comment about the durability and Chandra's comment about keeping it relevant. I think something we'll have to keep in mind as we have these discussions and move throughout this process is who we're here representing and who we serve. And it's not the department, it's not state government, it's Oregonians. And making sure that as we build this foundation, especially for what the FPFO will look like going forward, that those values and that vision reflect what Oregonians want to see out of their forests and what's important to them, because that's really the only way we make it something that's meaningful across the board, is if it's not just about our concerns, but about theirs.
So I feel like I need to point out, we're talking about establishing this collaborative process, but legally, at the end of the day, the last step is the board voting to adopt something. And traditionally that means that's just handed over as direction to the executive team, to the leadership of ODF. How do we, and I think we probably can't avoid that step, but that doesn't, as the last step, that doesn't sound very collaborative. So I'm just going to ask the question, how can we handle that so that that end result feels more collaborative? I think.
So, Jim, could I respond to Joy's comment first, and then I'll try to get to that. Joy, thanks for that. And so the challenge we have as a group is that we don't know what Oregonians value and want, or if we do, it's from A to Z plus more letters that we can't even imagine, right? So, so I think to the degree that we each can, we need to set aside whatever biases we have and think as broadly as possible what the values are of other people who are not like us, and give it our best shot. But until we have a more comprehensive understanding of what Oregonians value, I think we're kind of stuck here to make our best guess. Jim, I guess what I would suggest to make this seem more of a joint effort is see if Cal and the ET would, in one of their meetings, hold a vote or some other mechanism that would let the board know what the ET's value or assessment of the document is going forward, so that we have their assessment and then our assessment, or some sort of joint vote at a board meeting. I don't know.
No, I had the same thoughts, but I mean, the reality is, I'm not trying to rain on the parade here, but the fact is, it's not a democracy, and all of those people with jobs that they care about, if Cal is going yay yay, who's going to vote against it? I just pointing out that these are facts.
So Jim, the reality is we're all Senate confirmed, and we have a statute and a directive here.
Absolutely, yeah.
And don't lose sight of that. It's very clear what our oversight responsibilities are. So we 1000% want staff input, but at the end of the day, the board will vote on this.
Yep.
I think, Brenda, while I partially agree with what you said, I think Oregonians do agree on what we don't want. Well, there's a lot here that we can say. We don't want to keep burning 4 million acres in a very short period of time. We don't want to spend half our entire agency budget fighting fire. We don't want all these environmental externalities associated with all of this wildfire. We don't want the costs associated with all of this. I think there's things that, at least I don't come across Oregonians that want to keep us on that same pathway. So maybe there's things, whenever you tackle something like this, what are the basic things we can agree on? And what are the biggest questions we should be asking? As we tee this up and we frame this up, what are the biggest things we're trying to answer? And I think as we think through this process, those questions would be helpful. I'd like to know that from the staff. It doesn't look like just more the same, because as we read the last strategic plan, we didn't achieve it. So are we asking ourselves the toughest and the best, appropriate questions for the next 10 years?
I didn't hear that either.
I guess I'd offer, Jim, to your point about the ultimate outcome here of a vote on this thing. I hope that if we are able to develop it together when we get there, even though there is that component at the end, we all feel good about it and have some shared ownership of it, and don't feel slighted that it results in a vote.
Yeah, I just feel the need to point those things out, because that is the last step there.
Yeah.
Hey, Jim, curious, in the last iteration of the strategy, there was a letter from the chair, I believe, as a precursor, kind of setting up the FPFO. And I wonder about having a joint letter as part of that.
Well, that's why I brought up the whole thing of, if this is really going to be a collaborative process, that from page 1 there, it's going to look different. And I think the most obvious thing is it would be a joint letter. Yes.
Yeah, and then we still adopt it.
It would really come across not as something, just simply a directive, but the result of our work with the department to create that. So yeah, it would be radically different, I think, in a certain way. Even though, Carla, you're right, legally, at the end of the day, we're fulfilling our statutory duty.
Yeah. I don't really have a problem with, the vote thing and the fact that we're given direction. I think there's plenty of ways to work through it. However it looks, prior to that, saying, okay, yeah, we have agreement. This is actually something we implement and be successful at the end of the day, and then we'll take our direction. So that's fine. I think that, really, when we start to get into the substance of things, to sort of remember that, the agency works at very different levels depending on what we're dealing with, whether it's fire, whether it's regulation, whether it's ODF as a landowner, and that sort of thing, and different levels of specificity there, and just how we spend our time and how we, I guess kind of how we fly at those different levels. I don't necessarily think they're all the same, just because of the amount of control versus the amount of influence that the department, the board might have over a lot of issues. But
Can I just make an observation about, I think one of the natural tensions that will continue to persist. And I think part of why we wanted to open this conversation with a little bit of clarity around what we actually mean when we talk about engaging in a collaborative manner. So that's a way of working together. But, and I think Jim was speaking to this, is that we're not actually talking about changing the rules of how you do decision making. So there's the lines of authority and obligations that each of the entities retain in this, and that at the end of the day, the decision making framework isn't changing out of this process. It's not examining how you're making decisions, capital D decisions, but it's about how you're working together in process to all of the values that you've put out on the table about why collaboration would be a good, worthwhile approach. While it's time, it can take time and it's hard. It's not an easy endeavor. And it's only as good as you buy into it and participate in it. So you have to lean in and kind of work through those difficult conversations. But I want to just observe that I think part of the tension is, are we talking about making decisions in a different way? And I'm not hearing that. I'm hearing that it's really about, we want to embark on this conversation in a different way. And it's a collaborative way, and it's doing the work to make sure that, as Ryan said, it's about building shared understanding, building relationship, and building trust and transparency, so that when the decision is made, everybody understands it and that you can operationalize it. Staff can go out into the world and operationalize the vision that's been established. So I just want to observe that and encourage us to not get too concerned about like the mechanics of the decision making, and rather let's set up a process that really engages you all along the way, in a way that's going to work for everybody, to lean into these conversations and actually bring your best thinking and expertise forward. And the other observation I want to make, I think, to Ben's earlier point about the durability of this, is that you do have to kind of step outside yourselves a bit. You're going to bring your own perspective and expertise into this, and collectively, it's a both and. It's a how can we sort of make this work for all. So I just want to put a pin in that too. And I'm hearing some actually really good advice, whether you know it or not, about how we might actually design this. So I'm really looking forward to that piece, but we'll talk about that later today.
So I was just picking up on the durability piece that Ben said and you echoed, and the sort of the long-term strategy, and what Chandra said, what she was looking at. So being very new to this, my kind of question that is rolling around in my mind is, everyone is always trying to do the best job that they want to do. No one is trying to not do their best. So a question that I have is why we had this strategy to kind of reflect back on why didn't we go forward with completion, check off of all of the goals and the pieces below it. Did the landscape change? Did we run out of money? But did they become irrelevant over time? So it goes back to what Carla is saying, kind of like going back and saying, where are we and why are we there, to inform a more durable, resilient strategy in the future? Because I don't know those things on why, and maybe it's just every 20-year strategic plan never gets done. Exactly why. I know forest plans never get done the way they're supposed to be. So, why is that? Because we all have our best efforts in everything we do. So what changed?
I'll try to offer a high level response to that. And I think the easy answer is it's all of the above. I think that you're right that strategic plans and other long range planning documents are often tried to take on too much. I think certainly the landscape has changed. It's been how many years, John, since the last one? What, 10, 12 years, something like that. So certainly the landscape has changed, particularly in the last few years. And that is the political landscape, social landscape, et cetera. I think we're familiar with that. I think that the document itself was pretty expansive and honestly difficult for people to connect with. That's one of the underpinnings that I think we've really discussed here, is wanting to create something that people can really pick up and understand and digest. And I guess the last piece, and John, you can jump in too, because you know some of this better than I do. I think a lot of the indicators that were identified in there proved pretty challenging to track and maybe overly prescriptive, very specific.
I'll just jump in, John Takarzik. So I think also, Ryan, to the points that you were making, that's a good assessment. The arc of the development in 2003, which was the prior version, utilized the Montreal process to achieve a measure of sustainable forestry, which to a degree, great process, but wasn't necessarily a good fit from a realization perspective. So translating that to a durable document, an engaged document, it was a prescriptive to a manner with elements that were added. So it created its own challenges.
I think having been on the board for 4 years, it was this way when we came on. I think it was already sort of the indicators were not really being used, and there was various reasons for that you guys are more familiar with than I am. And so I think it just has a whole lot to do with how much comes at us and the board, and to a certain degree the organization being overwhelmed on a pretty consistent basis, which has led me to what we mentioned yesterday, is that I'm really interested in terms of this board's promises about what we're following in terms of indicators, when we're going to revisit this and revisit that there's been a lot of promises that both in that document and elsewhere that it seems like you're always uncovering, oh, we're supposed to do this. I haven't heard about that in the 3 years I've been on the board. That's where I'm really interested in doing some work to clean all that up so that we have a clean slate and that we have very few and very clear promises that we're making to ourselves about what we're going to track, what we're going to do, when we're going to revisit this, and all of that. So that to me, it's been crazy making. It's just, oh, another thing we're not really doing that somebody said we were, and look at it. None of us were there on the board at that time, and there's some institutional memory, but not a ton, John.
I would really also through this process like to hear in a very practical way from the people that are out managing these resources. Because I will tell you, farming looks incredibly different today versus what it did 3 and 5 and 10 years ago. We're dealing with water issues, heat issues, disease issues. We're changing up crop rotations. We're not growing crops in Oregon that we used to. We're moving crops up from Arizona. I mean, everything is changing as a result of the environment that we are managing within. And I want to be sure that we hear in a very practical way from the people really out managing these natural resources, because I think that gives us remarkable insights. It's a lot different if you're writing about it versus if you're managing it. And I think we need that input in a significant way as we think to the level we want to think about, what this future looks like.
Yeah, there's a lot here. A lot of people said a lot of good words. It's hard to put a lot of thoughts together. I agree, Carla and Jim, on, a strategic plan means something different to absolutely everybody. Everybody has a different need that they need to take out of it. And how do you thread the needle of being strategic while getting tactical enough to allow somebody to pick that up and say, oh, I get my piece of this and off I go and do the right thing along those sideboards that we're trying to manage. And I think this is a little harder now that we want to look at combining. Historically, the department has had a separate strategic plan to kind of drive some of the mechanical processes of this, going down to where Carla is on, the board Senate take on that. The department has very much a path on its own. Absent a strategic plan, we're implementing current service level. And that has to be managed, it's being managed whether there's a strategic plan for the department or not, because that's just the legislative mandate we've been given and, those resources we've been tasked with implementing. So a lot here on being able to thread all of that together. And I think focusing on being pragmatic and realistic of what we actually can achieve will help getting to why it won't be shelved. Because there's a lot that we put in the book that we really, at the end of the day, have no control over. If you look at the parts and pieces of our current service level, honestly, I think Clark did a great job when he put up the policy framework we operate under. There were, 3 or 4 buckets on top of that funnel outside of our control, and much of our budget relies on that or lies in there. So being realistic that their strategic plan, if it's focusing on those things, it's probably not going to be too successful. So coming down to that level that's high enough to not be overly prescriptive, but low enough to be realistic is going to be part of the challenge.
Seems like that might be a really important nexus point for this collaboration, is the question of, is this achievable? What would be the impacts on the ground? That to me feels like that's a very natural nexus point for this co-development process. And I'm also hearing that while there's this kind of generalized idea we're all going to kind of lean in and work on this together, you each are going to have your parts that you contribute that make the whole. So I'm wondering, I hear some of the questions that the board members are starting to ask agency staff of, we want to hear from you. What are the big questions that we should be asking in this? What would be the impacts of some of these strategies on the ground or high level goals on the ground? We'll get to that conversation down the road. But are there questions at the outset that agency staff leadership would want to hear from the board about their thinking? I know we've got our subcommittee will be offering up some lens intention that they'd like to, at the outset, just sort of put us all in the same space together. But I just wonder if there are questions that are coming up for agency staff or the board as we start this process.
Andy White for the record. Not necessarily a question. As I've listened to the discussion here, I would agree with a lot of what was said around trying to make the next iteration more relevant, not just for staff, but for the board, for Oregonians. Our current forestry program for Oregon is very complex and all-inclusive. And I think the challenge going forward, and I believe maybe Carla had mentioned it earlier, is from my perspective, the need to prioritize the vital few of the things that we would really focus on, in my mind, would help create the durability that Ben was talking about and the relevance that we've heard from a lot of staff members and board members. And that's the hard work up front. But in my mind, if we're able to do that collectively up front, we get a plan that is focused on the priorities for a given time frame. How long will this be in place? I guess that will remain to be seen. But if we can do a good job of identifying those priorities on the front end, we will get something that from those who have to implement it on the ground, in my mind, will be more successful.
Andy, I think you bring up a really important point, because one of the things that's been hard, I think, for all of us when we looked at what we have in the document and how big it is, and that just it's overwhelming, and so it doesn't get used by a lot of people who probably should be. On the other hand, this is a complex organization. we do a lot of different things, really different things, and a lot of small programs, and then obviously, you know, our big ones. So it does beg the question as we look at this: how do how do we do this in terms of having something that is people can actually use? That I think is really focused on vision and values, and I don't know what all else, but then, you know, at the end of the day, the organization does need fairly complex, you know, strategic plan. And I think we need to, I don't know that they're entirely two different things, but anyhow.
Right. So therein lies the challenge, right?
Yeah.
And I think, in my mind, there's a couple different ways we could look at it, whether it's a tiered approach from priorities. I think we could develop a strategic plan that acknowledges all the complexities that are involved in managing forest lands across Oregon. And then thinking about how those tiers of priorities could play out for, and I'm assuming we're looking at a plan that's going to cover all lands again. Looking at it kind of from, you know, the border to the coast, and thinking about how we create those tiers of priorities. And this is just one perspective that acknowledges all that other work that needs to go on, that could go on. And we realize if we have a plan that lasts 10 years, those priorities will change probably somewhere in that 10-year period. But at least to start with, trying to develop some tiers that would allow priority ones, priority twos, priority threes, so that then collectively, you know, kind of as a natural resource community, we're kind of rowing the same direction. I'm not sure I answered Jim's question.
Well, I'll jump in real quick, maybe piling on a little bit, but you know, I think that the environment we work in is replete with different strategies and plans and priorities. I think that's a real challenge for us to know, well, which one are we paying attention to? How are they connected together? You know, and what is the board's, well, what is the department's strategic plan mean for those other planning documents? And we are a really complex organization with a lot of business lines. We are challenged to choose our priorities. That's probably one of the biggest bits of feedback that I hear all the time, and I also feel frustrated by, is what is the thing that we're going to focus on with our limited time and resources. So I feel like those are some clear challenges that we face that we hopefully can try to address in some way with this shared process and with a document that helps us to focus and say, this is, yes, we're a complex organization. We're asked to do a lot, but where do we focus the limited time and resources that we have? I feel like that's an important question for us to answer.
Sort of begs the question, you know, when you read it right now, it's incredibly dated. It is incredibly dated. How many years have gone by? And obviously whatever we do is going to be very different, but how do we not end up with the same kind of thing that isn't really dated quickly? And how do we answer that question year to year? Is, okay, what are we really going to focus on right now, or what? Few things. I don't have answers. I'm just struck again by how much has changed, and if anything's likely, change will be our constant.
Yeah, no, I was just going to comment. I appreciate the comments on priorities. I think that's clearly something that was a little bit lacking in the last version. But I do struggle a little bit, again, with the levers of control, if you will, right? Where I think it's important to tee up, again, what's challenging right now are our ability to meet our bigger goals. And some of those things, some of those priorities that you would ideally address aren't necessarily going to be exclusively within the department's control, board's control. And I think those need to be articulated into the buckets so that this is a document that also drives others' behaviors, or so other agencies or the legislature, whoever it is, can see themselves in the solutions that we're crafting, while also, it's like you need the priorities in the priorities. So out of the priorities that we've identified of things that need to move forward, this is our priorities as an agency and board, because that's what we have the ability to move the needle on over this next period. So I think that's complicated too, right? To not overwhelm the document with everything under the sun you might want to do. But I think it's important to have a more collective vision that other entities will see themselves in as well, because we are also trying to influence others' behavior and actions.
I'm going to echo, I think, a lot of what a lot of people have already said. And Andy, I appreciate what you and both Jim have brought up of sort of the complexity and the struggle of how do we keep this simple and concise in a complex organization. And I just want to echo the sort of, hopefully we can have a tiered approach of sort of, there's some North Stars or some sort of, we're the Department of Forestry, Board of Forestry. I think forest is sort of the key word in all of the things we do. And if we center that at the top, I know I'm starting to get into maybe the next session or two, but there's a way to sort of create a pyramid, a hierarchy of what's important, that as we go down, it gets more complex. And I think that's what the previous plan didn't do so well, is it just sort of was a very horizontal plan. And I sort of envisioned much more of a pyramid plan. And I think that's one way to sort of thread that needle, hopefully.
So maybe a challenge to our 3 board member steering committee. I think, lots of us have been through processes like this, and you've got to start with your top 10. And so what are the 10 most important questions we ask that might set a framework for how we think about this plan? And some of those just, are pretty natural for us. Do we have an updated, that document we're rewriting is very outdated. What's an updated definition of forest sustainability? Are we attracting capital and investment into this industry, into the state of Oregon, or are we pushing capital away? That's always a really good indicator of your industry health. Are you attracting new mills? Are you attracting capital, or is it moving away? How would we grade ourselves on forest health and resiliency? I mean, to give ourselves an honest grade. And I don't know that I've ever seen anything like that. But I think that's pretty valuable in answering the question, genuinely, where are we? What is our role in some of Oregon's biggest issues, affordable housing and renewable energy? What role are we going to play in those boxes? Quality habitat, are we really saving species? Where are we on some of the big habitat goals that and programs that we've put forth, and what's our grade there? How are we doing? And what's the cost? How are we going to measure the cost of what it is we are doing? So I think as we establish priorities or a framework around this, what are the biggest questions? What are the top 10? And maybe if we start there, we will add to that or subtract from it. But it seems like a starting point for how many of us look at these things, having gone through similar projects. Also, Congress just sent a very clear statement this week, sending billions and billions of dollars to the West. What's our role in that play box? That is quick and changing territory.
Yeah, I guess I've been pondering Ben's comments and then Carla's. The way I view this is that we set this vision, the high level 30,000 foot vision. And I draw the analogy between setting that vision for the organization to describing the desired future condition for a forest or a stand, because that's what we want to achieve. We aren't quite sure how we're going to get there or what tools we might use, but that's what we want to achieve. And then question I always ask is not these detailed questions, but what are the opportunities for getting us there? And what are the constraints placed on getting us there? And if we can understand what those two things are, then that can help drive some of the goals that we hope to achieve, and then identify some of the indicators that let us know whether we're achieving those goals. And I think we need to be really careful here between separating developing a strategic plan and a tactical plan. We're all about strategy. This is setting our vision. This is our desired future condition. How we get there is up to how many people, how many employees do you have in ODF now? 1,200. It's up to those 1,200 people, not up to us. So that's my framing. Maybe we are getting ahead and jumping into the next section, but that's my view of this process.
I'm gonna go ahead and jump ahead a little bit and kind of respond to Carla there, because you mentioned something kind of where I go thinking about strategic plan is all about resiliency. It's all about forest resiliency, community resiliency, economic resiliency. And that's the strategy, the overarching strategy that we need to talk about. And we need to agree to what that looks like in words on a piece of paper, right? And that's really the challenge, to stay strategic, is to stay at that top level. And that's really how I think about it. And that's how I'll be very interested in the group, in the staff, especially other board members, how they view that, how they define that. What do we Forest in Oregon to be 20 years from now, right? We're creating a strategic plan about our hopes and dreams to some degree about what's going to happen in Oregon's forests.
I find it fascinating how all of our different brains start approaching a process like this. And my brain tends to go to the end product and whether or not that end product will get used and how it will get used and who will use it. And so to our conversation about it, it's a complex organization. And so we can't have a plan, strategic plan in 8 pages. I think we could do something that wasn't done before, and that would be to really start out how to, with how to use this. If you are a new employee at this level at ODF, read pages 1 to 6. If you are such and such, read all 228 pages. I mean, you really could write out, if you're a new board member, be sure to read this right away. I mean, I think we could do a few paragraphs like that could be very useful and make it a more useful document and we have to identify who all the potential users are. But there's relatively few people who are going to be, reading all, I'm saying 228 for some reason, pages. But anyhow, just an idea.
I really like that, Jim. And I think you and a couple other people have sort of alluded to sort of who the audience is. And I think Chandra brought up the point that I think the audiences could be more than just the board and the department. You mentioned legislators and other agencies. And I think that's really important, because this is an all lands document for all the people of Oregon. And I think we really should be thinking about, and Jim, your point is great, different audiences are going to read different sections possibly. But I think we really should think about the audience and write this for as broad an audience as possible. I think it would be a huge success if when we're done, we gave all the legislators a copy of this, or at least the first, the what do they call it? The sort of summary, the executive summary, and said, this is our vision. How can you help us with this? And other agencies, et cetera. So I think who the audience is a really important part of this process.
I wanted to real quickly also return, Jim, to your point about it getting dated. And I think that also relates to kind of priorities within priorities. Chandra, you'd mentioned that. And just, throw it out there for everyone to consider that we could choose to review and make updates on a much more frequent basis if we want to avoid the pitfalls of it becoming dated. If we want to choose to focus on certain priorities over others, we could do it annually or every 2 years or whatever makes sense. So I think it's good to keep that in the back of our mind.
Ryan, if I could just respond to that, I think that's an excellent idea. And what I've seen, the very few strategic plans that I have seen used successfully are revisited annually or every 2 years with a set of indicators to indicate what changes need to be made at that point in a continuous improvement cycle. But most don't. Most are done, they sit on a shelf, and here we are back trying to do it again. So I think there is a way of making it happen, and I agree with you.
Yeah, there's good reasons to do that. I think it should be approached in a fairly narrow kind of exception reporting kind of fashion, where you really, instead of, we're all going to read through the whole thing and all of that, that there's a cut where it's just, let's look for what's not working here, and have that conversation so that we can keep it in a box as much as possible.
I want to just, so we're kind of going into some weeds of mechanics and how this gets organized, and I actually think it's a very rich compilation of ideas that I'm like looking at John and Ryan and thinking, okay, there's a lot of really good stuff here for us to think about as we kind of figure out design approach and even just the framing, like how this document starts to get formatted. That being said, I want to just pull us up to this higher level conversation for today, just so that we're all in the same conversation. So I really appreciate all of the brainstorming that's going on here, and we're capturing it. I'm like furiously making notes because I think there's so much here that helps us figure out design. And I don't want to lose sight of really the intent for this launch today of what are we endeavoring to do? What's our North Star? And the subcommittee of the board has spent some time developing this and talking through this. And I want to just give them some space to kind of set some of those intentional principles that the three of you did talk about. And Ben, I think, is the spokesperson for this moment.
Joy had something to say. I wanted to make sure.
There we go. So just one quick idea for the group to consider, because we keep hearing about how do we keep it relevant and current and how often do we relook at it. I think one of the things we might want to keep in mind is how we integrate it into other plans, other efforts, expectations. So taking those goals and having those be the foundation for as the department builds out its strategic plan and its subsequent tactical plans. And it also alleviates, oh, hey, make sure you read pages 1 through 80 of this document because it's integrated into everything they do every day, from the strategic level all the way down to what each person's doing on the ground. So the more places we can cross-link into that and have that serve as the foundation, I think the more likely it is that it'll be something that ends up being meaningful and really achievable.
I feel like I will. I don't know if I'm quite prepared for this, but help me out, folks. Robin, this is sort of a summary of our conversations from the last couple meetings we had of sort of what this plan might look like. Yeah. So a couple things, some of this has been alluded to already. We really wanted to start from scratch, make a new plan, ideally with a new name, and that's significantly simpler, easier to digest, and a couple themes that sort of came up for us, and stop me if I'm getting too far into the weeds here. A couple themes that came up for us were, one, carbon is one of the big lenses we the three of us felt like we were going to be looking through in this plan, and I think Joe said it really well a little while ago, sort of what does a resilient forest look like? What are the components of that? And yeah, I'm going to pass it on to the rest of you guys.
Thanks. Well, thanks, Ben, for taking, so I'm not prepared either, but I'll give it my best shot. So yes, I think the things that we did discuss were kind of three buckets around which will affect the future of forests in the state. So one is climate change and carbon, and we already have an excellent plan developed that we can use as kind of a kickstart for that, integrate our vision for the future of forests in Oregon around climate change and the resulting impacts of climate change, including fire and species resistance to climate change and that sort of thing. Another is social. We have a demographic in the state which has changed dramatically and is continuing to change dramatically, and we need to be responsive to those changes in our future for managing forests. And achieve all those goals, but also contribute to national and global goals too, around both climate as well as social and cultural issues. We have 8 recognized tribes in Oregon, so we need to be international in that perspective. And then the third area is economics. If we continue to manage forests for timber products, then we need to have mills, and we need to have sufficient mills to be able to enable management of these forests. None of those 3 things should necessarily be the dominant driver, in my opinion. I'll speak for myself here, not for the team. Should necessarily be the driver of this vision, but all 3 probably should be included and represented in some way. So the physical environment, climate change and the resulting impacts, the social environment, changing demographics and cultural issues, and economics, the need to keep an economic base functional in this state, recognizing that one of the most volatile parts of all 3 of those things is the financial and economic side happening in our country and around the world today.
Well, I appreciate that, Brenda. Ben and Brenda, that summarized it pretty clearly as what we had talked about. I mean, I hope today people can also, this is the start of this. I think we have to, we can't forget that, right? And this is about ideas, right? Sometimes it's hard to we're throwing things on the wall a little bit and seeing what sticks and seeing what makes sense. And I think we have to think about that as we go through this process too, is that this is the beginning. I got to thinking about strategic plans, and I've been a part of a school board for about 12 years, and we have an excellent strategic plan in our school board that we actually look through the lens of every decision we make. That's kind of a measure of, is it functional? When we refer to it, we know it. We have a mission statement in every classroom. We have a tagline. We have a tagline for that school district that kind of summarizes, in a sense, the strategic plan. And our tagline is love, care, serve. That's what we try to do as a school district. And sometimes when I begin to think, Jim, all of our minds work differently. What we think of a strategic plan, we're trying to, you kind of go to the end, what's the ultimate goal? I kind of go to, we have to build this thing and see where it ends up in a sense. I know it doesn't make a lot of sense, but when I think about what would a tagline for ODF be, what might that be? Do we have a tagline? Does the department have a tagline? What's that? Oh, we are. Okay. Sorry, I'm jumping ahead, Robin. But I have some ideas about that, and those things help kind of people understand what the strategic vision is for any kind of an organization. So, but I hope everybody is very open, very honest, just throw stuff out there and let's see what kind of makes sense. And I think we'll have. Surprisingly, my guess is we'll have some alignment in those things. Just in our Ben and Brenda and I, as we talk, we had quite a bit of alignment just in agreement of our vision too.
And following up on that one, I think we really want to, like Joe said, keep this open. We don't want to prejudge this planning process. These are ideas. These are sort of places to get the juices flowing, to start thinking about things. And the intention is not to sort of say, well, this is a framework that we've started to create already. This is some ways to think about this. And piling onto that, I really appreciated Ryan put in the visions of a bunch of different departments of forestry around the country. And was that? Or Danny did, thank you. And it was really interesting to look through there and see the commonalities and the differences. And something that one more sort of food for thought to think about as we go into this is really putting the trees and the forest sort of above everything else. And often we want forests that provide this. That's the sort of the first sentence. And I think we talked about this a little bit, sort of, aren't able to provide any of those things without the forest. And so pulling the forest out and putting it on top of this project, and all of those things can sort of flow from that if we have a good forest. And just one more lens to sort of think this through as we go along today.
Yeah, just to follow up, Ben, I think Joe, Ben, you should correct me here, but I think one thing we talked about is not what the forest can do for us, but what can we do for the forest, right? What's our contribution to ensuring that the forest can continue to provide benefits to not only humans, but other life forms as well on into the future. So kind of turn the whole thing on its head a bit.
Yeah, I'm finding this conversation very informative, and I really appreciate it. Joe, I really like the idea of a tagline, because that's when you're out in the field, you got to make a decision. Those things are things that resonate, what you're supposed to be doing. Brenda, I listened to what you said, and I said, my gosh, we just hit the 3 pillars of sustainability. And you talk about climate, you talk about that's environmental, social, and economics. And I've been criticized, don't use that word sustainability, it's overused. But I think that's what we're talking about for Oregon in the long run. Finally, I just want to make one observation. My experience in doing these, because we have not just the vision, we got the mission statement, the values, those all work, and they all have a little bit different purposes. The vision is where you're going. The mission is that out of all that cloud of responsibilities you have to answer that question, why do we exist? And that gets into that tagline. And then finally, values are the bumpers by which we make decisions. And so to me, and I say this and people just kind of fluff it off, I find that the process is one of the most important, and developing the strategic plan is one of the most important benefits of a strategic plan. And that's why I'm so happy you invited us to collaborate with you on this part. The second thing is, Jim, and to your part, if you don't collaborate and work on it on a consistent basis, it gets stale. So we need to integrate that. Anyway, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, so I think we're ready to transition to some small group work. And we went round and round about how to set this up and where should we start? What's the place to start from? What I understand from the work I've done so far with the subcommittee is, if we're doing a refresh, let's not go back to the FPFO and start there. Let's start somewhere else. Let's give ourselves the open space. I also want to acknowledge that Jim had initiated and the board has done a little bit of your own thinking around vision. So you did a little exercise, but we haven't had the benefit of that conversation jointly with agency leadership. So it might feel like you're maybe taking a little half step back, but we're going to do that in order for you all to get in the conversation together. But do board members bring some of that thinking that you've already done into this and make space for everyone else in this conversation. So I will be setting up small groups in just a moment. We have you pre-assigned. But what you're going to do, and the starting place that they agreed to start from, is this is the vision statement you're going to start from. And the exercise is, do some sense making of it. What does this actually mean to us? And then ask yourselves the question of, are there things that we need to modernize about this? Would that indicate we need to make some changes around what we're saying here? We're not fully capturing things, or maybe there are things that just don't actually make sense to us anymore. We need to modernize this. So it's really about trying to kind of do the sense making of and get to a place of what could be a good working vision for this effort. It doesn't need to be finalized today. It will not be finalized today, but it's getting the conversation going. And to your point, Cal, I really appreciate you leading right into that, which is it's about also the process of engagement. So with that lens, we pulled from the ODF website and we pulled out this statement, and it's written around the room. So I'm going to read it out loud, but you'll have access to it when you go into your small groups. Healthy and resilient forested ecosystems and watersheds with functional aquatic and terrestrial habitat, supporting vibrant local communities and providing quality outdoor opportunities for all Oregonians. So that's going to be your starting place. And I can see people are like, I'm ready to make some changes. That's the point. But it's something to start from. And it's some sense making of, I think Joe was really interested in, like, what do we mean when we say resilient? Like, it's making sense of some of these words, trying to understand what those actually mean to you all and seeing if there's a collective understanding, and then potentially making some actual word shifts of what maybe we would come up with. So we're going to give you some time to do that in small groups. We're going to throw all that spaghetti back on the wall together. And then the subcommittee has agreed to take some of that and maybe try to craft something that could be potentially a working vision for you all going forward. We'll see how far we can get in that today, but that's our first thing we're going to try and tweak. So with that, and I'll just let for the folks in the public sphere, we will be going off for a little while. We'll be taking a break, and then we'll come back around 10:30, I'm going to say, maybe a little after. Around 10:30, we'll come back and do some large group report outs. So the groups I'd like to have organized. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Carla.
I think it's valuable to test that statement because that helps you move in different directions.
Okay.
It's a good check.
Okay. Thank you for that. All right. So I've got Carla, Jim, Ryan, and Teresa. You all are going to go into that classroom, and you've got stuff set up. Yeah, you're out. Go over there. Ben and Liz with Bill and Josh. And I think we'll put you up there. Joe and Chandra with Kyle and Andy. And we'll put you all back here. And then Brenda, Cal, Mike, Dave, and Joe A. And where is our fourth? We'll go up here. Yeah, we'll go up here. So you'll have some facilitation help. We can provide scribing and just helping you all through that. I'll do a little time check when we have about 5 minutes left and invite you to take a break before we come back to the large group, but we'll have about an hour for all of those things to happen. So have fun and bring your best thinking forward.
Where's Brenda's group? Oh, right here. Okay. Going across. Yeah, travel. Yeah, I gotta travel. Exactly. Travel to the bathroom. That's what I got. Oh man.
All right. Okay, so we are back. Just wanted to kind of bring us all back to large group. Hopefully, I walked around and heard a lot of very robust, very rich conversations. So I was glad to see that. Before we do a little walkabout and have each of the small groups share out where you kind of landed and maybe some of the themes or conversations that really rose to the top for your small group, we'll do that. Those that are listening in or watching today, we will be walking around using the microphones, so you'll be able to hear the report out, but you probably won't see us at all times. We're still planning to take our lunch break at noon, and we're still planning to end at 3. So we're continuing on with the vision conversation. Then we'll drop into this discussion around values and make sure we leave time at the end for what's next. What are we actually setting the course for our next engagement on all of this? So with that, let's invite all of us up again, and let's walk around and hear from the small groups. Shall we? Okay. So I'll just carry the microphone around, and so everybody that's listening in can actually hear the conversation. Huh? All right, so let's start over here.
All right. I don't know if we had a group number, but we'll just call ourselves Group 1 since we're going first. I will try my best to very quickly summarize the conversation. We got to an endpoint actually very fast in about 10 minutes. The goal, I think, as we heard expressed around the table this morning, was to try to stay quite simple and high level. Also have something that we felt would speak to multiple levels. So be understandable and flexible at the field level, but also have some malleability as issues change through time. We were also wary of not trying to use a lot of words, and in particular words that maybe have taken on a challenging meaning in some contexts. So with that, these were just some notes that we were working on here. We ended up with a vision of healthier and more resilient forests, period. And I'll, real quick, Brenda, how did I do group? Did I summarize okay?
I would just add, I was all happy just to copy Colorado, but it didn't need to reach further than that. But in our short 10-minute discussion, we did get to realize that we didn't want to imply that that's what we have today, which was healthy and resilient forests. We wanted to have a vision of something different, something better. So that's why we added healthier and more, IER and more to the Colorado.
Yeah, thanks. I think the challenge is to define healthy forest and define resilience, because those are going to mean different things to different.
It is concise, and I agree, always a challenge in defining the terms. Yep. I think that's it for Group 1. All right.
Those are great words, but we feel like we have really the best. Some people say we have the best words. I'm just saying that. No. So we went through a lot of this as well, and as Brenda just pointed out, the challenge of like what's a healthy forest? What does that mean? And so sort of starting with this, and it's kind of like, wow, that's kind of complicated, and there's a lot of mess in there. And where we I'll say before I get to what we wrote, we kind of followed this diagram here. So a lot of times we think of things in terms of the three-legged stool, whatever, the three pillars, and it's a Venn diagram, and there's this narrow part in the middle, and everything's a tug of war on that. And really this notion of forest ecosystems, and within forest ecosystems live a lot of things, but including society, and then within society, an economic system, extractive needs that people have as well. But so the whole thing really hinges on this. And we talked about resiliency. But then a lot of times what we talk about as resiliency are things that we do to sort of build in a resistance to disturbance. And we're not really capturing the full measure of resiliency in terms of how forests adapt and those ecosystems change over time. And are they positioned to recover? Are they positioned to adapt over time to both the short-term and long-term disturbances and stressors and whatnot? So where we landed was diverse functional forest ecosystems that are able to persist and adapt. And there's obviously I think we're going for short brevity here in most of our statements probably. And so there's a lot of explaining and other distillation to do there, but that for us sort of captured the broad nature of it, vision for the forest. And we try to be forest centric and not human centric in that.
It's almost as good as ours.
Oh, well then, sir.
Who's doing yours?
We were on stage, so we were up there for everybody to watch. We started off kind of identifying themes, of which we come up with resilience, habitat, community, forest benefits, keeping forests as forests, and persistence. And I think we've heard that a few times already. We also identified some challenges, and we kind of came at this as looking at the past, present, and future. So we started off looking at the past, and if the current statement is meeting where we are today, and we were talking about issues looking forward. So we had squishy terminology, again, definitions, overly complicated sentences and paragraphs and pages and so on, urgency and rapid change. And then one we talked about for a while was the scale of community. So are we looking at the local community, all Oregonians, the whole state? Are we looking at social communities? Are we part of the global community or the national community? And then we started drafting. So we had an initial draft, picked that apart a bit. And at the end of our little session there, we came up with strive for resilient forests that persist over time. So I'm seeing some themes in the first three groups at least. It's short. So we were looking for some sort of kind of active verb at the beginning there. We played around with ensure, promote, and we kind of landed on strive because we know we're not going to get everything right, but at least it's showing that we're making forward progress. Question, and Ben has a comment.
The last point on this really was trying to get away from words that were squishy. And so the second half sort of defines the first half, was sort of the thinking we had in this, that resilience means something that will persist over time. That was a real light, quick definition, but trying to put some context to what these words actually mean.
So I just have a question for you guys. So when I'm thinking about the vision, I'm thinking about the state, what we want the outcome to be. And so strive to me is that you're like, that's an action, right? Like or a level of effort that's being taken to get to that outcome. So just out of curiosity, do you think that's needed, or are we just trying to articulate the outcome that we want, right? That we are striving for, but that the vision is that we get there. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I guess I'm just. Yeah, I was just kind of curious of the thinking, you know.
I think Chandra, what we had that conversation about the unknown, and that for me it's the sense that we are at sort of a precipice where there are so many big changes that we haven't probably seen in half a century, and so Strive was a sort of our acknowledgement that we don't know what we don't know, and that sort of like keep your knees bent, ready to move forward to this unknown future that that we landed on Strive, because we started thinking of whether it was right or wrong, good or bad, to put a verb in there, like enhance, and that felt like, that says that we're not in control of some of these forces that we're seeing at our door and actually are inside our door. So that's why we said, okay, let's strive and acknowledge sort of the humility in this vision. We had that same exact conversation, maybe not as well thought out as what you just articulated, but we had that when we said we started with healthy and resilient forests, but we felt like we needed to put an action to it: healthier and more resilient forests, because recognition we're not where we need to be, and you're always on a continuous path of improvement. Yeah.
No, I shouldn't be critical, but I have to tell you, this feels kind of dark to me. I started visualizing there's still some trees left in Oregon, withered and dry, but alive. Seems persist doesn't seem like, I mean, it's not a very high bar.
So we had the best group, and I think the best words, but we had a lot of discussion around many of the same things that everybody else talked about. Sort of the different forest types. What does that really mean? Like recognizing different purposes for those forests. And then we talked about the healthy, resilient, diverse, and those are sort of qualifiers of forest type. So, and then we talked about if you put those in there, it does lead to some other discussion about how do you define those? What does it mean, to one person versus another? And then we even, I think at some point we had persist in there. At least we talked about it, and Joy mentioned the same thing about the, despite everything else, the forests still persist, which was an interesting discussion. But we did end up talking a little bit about the time scale and how do we consider these components that we value to be able to be present over time. And we ended up trying to really simplify what was in here, knowing that some of the other pieces that we do value will probably come out in other phases of the work that we would intend to do. And so we ended up with healthy and resilient forests benefiting all Oregonians current and the future. So the time qualifier, I guess, is still up for debate, but we did want this to last and be durable, and did have also discussions around the concept of Oregonians, and then also the fish and wildlife habitat that could still be there regardless of what Oregonians may do over time. I don't know if they pay taxes or not, but so I'd be curious if any other group members wanted to add anything to that.
should we keep it in? And we actually didn't put anybody because we thought about communities because communities seem to be more. Okay. So communities seem to be. Oh my God, it's lighted. Yeah. Well, what's the deal? I told you, Chandra, the lights don't matter. Okay. So in our discussion, in an early version, we ended on not using Oregonians, and in the end, not communities. But in the community discussion, it was like, could it be communities of place and communities of interest? Could it be the Oregonians? Could it be the Pacific Northwest? Because our influences are, Pacific Rim, and it's international. So that was our kind of discussion. Should we even try to identify the people and animals that benefit?
No, I appreciate that. We had that exact same discussion. I think one of our early recommendations that somebody said is maybe we don't include that at all. Maybe we do something actually very similar to the first group and just having health. Our vision is healthy and resilient forests, right? And that's it. And from that, all the benefits will flow, and we'll be discussing that as we get into the plan, right? And so, and then we were like, well, maybe we needed a little bit more, and this gets at some of the other groups, of the understanding of it persisting over time, right? And that's where it's like, oh, it's going to benefit Oregonians or current and future generations of Oregonians, and that's how we kind of thought we might get to an understanding that we're seeing that play out over time. So a lot of the same themes, it sounds like, that you guys all were talking about.
That was good progress. That was good progress. Dry. I like dry.
All right, so so that we can avoid painful wordsmithing as a large group, let's talk about themes and where there's obvious alignment across the groups in words and intention, really. And then where did you notice, if at all, any kind of divergent thinking? So let's just start with that kind of general, because this is going to help the subcommittee figure out how to craft maybe a workable vision statement that combines all four. Brenda.
I think one thing that we talked about in our group, and I think it would be helpful to understand from the larger group of people, is the underlying philosophy that from which these different visions were generated. And in our group, there was a pretty rich discussion about forests first. What can humans do for the forest, not what can the forest do for humans. And so those are two kind of different philosophies. One is a very, is letting the forest provide things to us as it will, if it's functional. The other is, what can we extract from the forest to meet our needs, either figuratively or literally. And so as we think about how to craft some consolidated vision, it would help me at least understand what people around the table view in terms of those two philosophies.
That's an invitation to talk to each other. I want to say, Chandra, I think in your report out, there was some sentiment around that. Does your group want to say something about it?
Yeah, I think we were of the, I forgot the way you exactly phrased it, but the forest first mentality, where the vision is the state of the forest, right? And then recognizing benefits are going to flow from that if you get it to that state. And that's what we want to maintain over time. So I think that's where we landed as a group, right? Yeah.
I think that's true with our group as well. We started with forest health and resiliency, and that anything else would flow off of that. But that was core to the starting point. Yeah. One other observation: healthy was referred to twice, resiliency 3 times, and forest 4 times. Those were the commonality of these 4 statements.
Yeah, thanks, Carla. So I'm going to probably be a wet blanket here, so my apologies ahead of time, but healthy is a human manifestation that we impose upon systems, and it's incredibly difficult to define. So what is a healthy forest? Is a burned forest a healthy forest? Yes, it is. Is a forest that's now just starting on bare rock a healthy forest? It can be. So I think we just need to be careful about terms here, and we've already beat the resilience piece to death, and Joe has been great about that. Resilience and resistance are 2 different components of a system, and we just need to be careful about what we mean by resilient, because resilient typically means that the system is going to come back to its former self following a disturbance or a stressor. With climate change, we can't make that assumption. We can only make the assumption that it will somehow adapt to some new future condition. So I agree with you. Those are the terms that are commonly used, but my caution to the group is be careful how you define those, because defining them is going to be really important. And I'm not sure that the general public who views the vision statement is going to be able to understand the kind of the details.
Brenda, I agree, but where I don't agree, I mean, I don't think you can define them as part of a vision statement. I think that they definitely do have to be defined, and certainly resilient. For me, that definition, includes bugs, disease, fire, but to me, in a resilient forest, it is a forest that has all of those things, but also, I'm not sure what the best exact definition, but that is additive over time, where we're storing more carbon. That would be an indicator of a resilient forest to me, and I do think whatever words we do use in this vision statement do need definitions and to work all that out.
What about the 4th group that on this question of, that would be your group, Liz? Yeah, of the question of the underlying philosophy.
I was going to speak to the resilience and what Brenda was and Joe been having a discussion on. We were fine with the word resilient, but we did have a conversation about what was termed the natural range of variability. And that's where we took that conversation, Brenda, because there is what I hear you speaking to is that there is no natural anymore, because it's just, there's so many different forces that we have to recalibrate that. And I think, Josh, we had some conversation about that too. So we kept resilience and had a conversation about what is natural anymore.
Can you speak to the question too of this core philosophy? I just want to make sure we hear from everybody, each group, because there's 3 groups who have weighed in, but we didn't hear from Ben and hold on one sec. It's just from Ben and Liz and Bill and Danny and whoever else was in that group.
Well, I think you all know what I think. I think we were very much in the same place with sort of forest-centric. Without the forest, nothing else happens. Is that sort of Agreement, yeah.
Just on this conversation about definitions, I think we're in a tough spot because we've identified that we want a simple statement that speaks to people and that we can understand and express. Within that, there will be definitions, words that require definition and are open to interpretation. The only thought I have in my mind is that later in this process, hopefully today, we'll get to some values. And the expression of the values, I hope, will help provide some sideboards and framing for what we mean by the words in our vision.
So any other aligned themes and or in your conversations or from the report out, did you detect any potential divergent ideas? Go ahead, Cal.
Well, the divergent I wanted to bring out from the group that many people say that we're really good. No, the divergent statement I wanted to make was that our statement started with the word diverse, and that was intentional. It was intentional from, I think, two aspects. One, that we kind of reached back to, at least I did, back to Aldo Leopold, Sand County Almanac. You should all read it. No, but we wanted to keep all the pieces, get that concept of keeping all the pieces. The other divergent was that we actually purposely put in functional forest ecosystems. In other words, that they, I think that we had a vision that these forest ecosystems, diverse forest ecosystems, would be functional. And I think that's important too. And I just had a comment, Jim. I think we could replace the word persist with thrive, and that would be great.
That would no longer be dark, yes.
So does the subcommittee feel like you've pretty much got something to work with? Okay, so we'll be asking you to spend a little time at the break and maybe come up with, or not. They're also, yeah, yeah. Well, we'll see where your biases lie, which group you actually know. We'll see what you come up with, but the whole point is just, are we all, somebody said it earlier, are we kind of rowing in the same direction? Is this really sort of, and so I think it's important for you to articulate that question around philosophy and the question around like, what lens really are we looking through here? Because as much as we could get into a lot of the wordsmithing, at the end of the day, it's about what intention are you all setting and are you aligned on that? So it sounds to me like, at least at this starting point, there's quite a bit of alignment, and I want to just make sure we make space for if something's coming up for you, something's not sitting right. Please, we tested it a lot in the small group I worked with. Was, Brenda's articulating something. How does that work for you out in the field? Can your people see themselves in that? And we had a really rich conversation about that. So I hope that those continue. Go ahead.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Robin. So I'm looking over at Dave because that was the question I posed to Dave. If you have one of these statements, the one we developed, for instance, could you interpret that in terms of the actions you would take out in the field to benefit the forest? And David, if you don't mind, I'd like you to.
Yeah, it was a really good conversation. I think what to focus in on as we implement this at the field level. I mean, we got to provide clear and concise direction for those folks to follow. And so by having a statement that was very simple, because when you look at the original statement, there's a lot in there. And so, and can you take that to other geographic areas within the state and have the same meaning? So by taking the statement that we came up with, the diverse functional forest ecosystems that are able to persist or thrive, as Cal said, we can take that out in the field and go to our stewardship foresters and the folks implementing on this ground, and then they can adjust their tactics and strategies in order to meet and make that desired outcome. So I think that was what we were talking about. So, thank you.
Is this on? I might just add to that a bit, because Brenda, I think you're right. These words need to have definitions. And to me, a whole forest audit, whether, let's say we audited the USDA forest, or we audited Joe's forests in Oregon, or we audited Ben's forests in Oregon. I mean, we all go through, how do we measure on the ground whether we have continuous improvement and ongoing improvement in those forest entities? And that's where the definition, whether that's, carbon or water quality or input practices or wildlife actual, improvement and habitat improvement in numbers, or externalities of pollution. How do we measure on the ground that that we genuinely are on a continuous improvement program to define healthy forests and sustainability? I mean, those are just terms if they don't have any measurable numbers that, at the end of the year, at the end of 10 years, how do we know we made any improvement at all? And that's where I think we have the ability to make a difference.
So maybe even as we're thinking about the approach to this whole process, that, because I hear Carla several times over that for you, it's really important that piece around metrics and measuring progress. I'm hearing that there's linkage there between defining these words and setting those metrics. So I just want to see if that's what you are saying and whether that makes sense.
Otherwise, they're just words.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they're words without meaning. If we have no way to define healthy forests or continuous improvement or sustainability or resiliency, then they're just, that's all they are, is words.
Right.
So as 10 years from now, if we look back and we read the statement that we actually are trying to write, will we truly have made a difference? And if not, if we can't measure it, then probably we'll never know.
Yeah, our group had this similar discussion, whether we can operationalize the words that are on the paper from the department's day-to-day standpoint. And I thought we felt it was a little too early to kind of make that determination. There's a rest of a framework that may or may not have those answers for us, but certainly defining a lot of this fell into that. So we actually left even our statement kind of in two different paths, depending what came next. So we are missing kind of the overarching kind of parts and pieces to really determine that. So I think there's a lot more to come.
I have a question. I love the word diverse, because diverse means resiliency or resilient. I mean, I believe Oregon's forests are not diverse. We have conditions of Oregon's forests that are very either heavily dense or burned over. I mean that's my bias, and that's our. So I'm just curious, how do people feel about that word, diverse? I like it in this. I mean, personally, but what are people's thoughts on that? It's kind of a vision statement.
Two comments. One response to Joe, and then one to the discussion around metrics and measurements. First, relative to resilience, at least in disturbance ecology, in the science side of disturbance ecology, if you have a disturbance or a stressor, there are two possible general buckets of responses. One is resistance to that disturbance, that is, it doesn't change very much. The other is resilience, that is, it bounces back to its original state over some period of time. So if we stick with that ecological definition, it means one thing. If we stick with a more social definition, it means something different. And that's where I think that the definitions need to be addressed. Relative to the metrics and monitoring, I absolutely agree, Carla. That's got to be part of it, but that's like 3 or 4 steps down the road from where we are now. We have this overarching vision, and the next step, if you look over at the yellow sheet in that corner, down below the and adapt, there are values and goals and some other things I can't read from here now, but we should be getting to that eventually, to allow us to identify the indicators that we can measure to show that we are making success.
Yeah, I was just going to say, from our group's perspective, I think well, number one, Carla, to your point, I definitely agree. We want metrics to be able to track progress. I think that's a very important part of the effort, but I also agree with Brenda. It's a few steps down. And what will be required is that we do further define, and our group was assuming we would be further defining some of the terms that we're using, recognizing there's a lot of different definitions that can attach to those. So what is our collective definition? While at the same time recognizing that we have a lot of different audiences we're trying to speak to with this document. So we want to use terms that are actually intuitive to a lot of different audiences. And yes, when they first read it, they may end up in a different place. I mean, I think we all end up in a different place, but if it's generally going in the right place, right, where I think most people see something in their head when they hear a healthy forest, maybe a resilient forest, maybe that's a step further, right? But we want them to viscerally identify with what we're trying to do upon first blush, right? And then with further depth and reading, especially for the folks who are going to be implementing this and with a little bit more clarity, I think we can provide the way to operationalize it or the way to advocate for the right policies to get there when we've further defined it. So I think we anticipated a lot of work left to do, but we just didn't want to miss that. We're speaking to a lot of folks with this document, and we need to be mindful of that as well.
Joe, my only concern about diverse is that code that some landowners don't have to worry about providing a lot of these other values other than economic benefit, because there's other lands, public lands, national forests, et cetera, that do provide that. So obviously, we have a diversity of forests, and that's not wrong. I just worry about whether that language is kind of coded or interpreted that way.
Of course, I'm for diverse, but I also wanted to point out that we also use the word adapt, and I think that has very specific communications that that if you have a forest that thrives, it should also, because of changing conditions, we can adapt to those changing conditions. Getting back on measuring our progress, I agree with Brenda. That's down the line, but actually, Brenda and I were involved with a national assessment of Indian forest management, and we had some, when we approached that, we had really broad overarching things like trust responsibility, federal trust responsibility of tribes. But when we got to the individual reservations, we actually had to create the measuring stick at the reservations. We created focus groups. And so I just throw that out. It's not I mean, it depends on what you want to do, but if you really want to measure something, it can get really complicated pretty quick. That's all I got to say.
Yeah. Getting to Joe's question about diverse, I tend to agree with you. I like that word. Two thoughts. One, an analog maybe to that is complex. Means something different, but it's very similar that I like to use. And I think it's really important to talk about at what scale. Are we talking about at the scale of the state or the scale of any particular acre of forest or somewhere in between? Because those mean very, very different things. And the last thought, and there's a lot of threads bouncing around at once here. Brenda, I really appreciate your sort of calling out the potential different definitions of resilience, and not being a scientist. For me, resilience means if a forest is resilient, there will still be a functional, intact forest there in the future. It might look different. It might have different trees or species or age classes on there, but it's still there. And maybe we need a different word for that. But to me, when I write or say resilient, it means there's still a forest. It has all the attributes of a forest. Just a couple of thoughts to add to the mix.
Joe or Joy?
I don't have a whole lot to add. I think that was a good discussion about diverse. I think it's a good term to have in there. Yeah, these things definitely need definitions, and a lot of folks will make it mean what they want to. So it's always a challenge in this activity of putting together a vision statement. So I think we're on the right track, though.
So really, I think the only thing I have to add is a word to throw out there, because I like I guess, kind of working around the how are we defining resilience, is I like the ones that I don't like the use of persist, because like Jim, I feel like it's a little dark, it's a little bit of a negative connotation. Not that it should, but generally. So maybe something along the lines of endure, which definition wise does kind of work really well with the influence of climate change, because it's similar to persist in that you're moving forward and continuing to exist despite all of these challenges around you. But I think it comes across a little more dynamic and engaging as far as word choice. But I think it's a good observation of you want this to be something future looking and positive for people to rally around. So ultimately, while group wordsmithing is always challenging and rarely successful, I think this small groups wordsmithing will be really important, because as folks always like to throw around, words mean something, and they have certain connotations, and just really being thoughtful as we develop mission, vision, value statements, like it's important what words we choose and how they make people feel and how they connect, because that'll influence how they connect with what it is we're putting out there.
Teresa, do you want to add anything?
So I guess I don't have a ton to add other than with diversity. I understand where you guys are saying definition. We can help define that, but I think having our own interpretation also is what makes us also diverse, right? Talking about diversity in the word of what diversity means to other people is sometimes leaving it up to interpretation is okay too.
All right. Does anybody else want to get in on this before we move on?
I just,
oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, just the thought, when we're talking about resilience and diversity, to me, Joe, it's like, resilience is overarching, and then when your all group gets to, drilling down, I think diversity has an appropriate place there. And then just a feeling, an intuitive feeling, if this is to a really general audience, I like the word resilience, because it in a social context, it has a positive meaning. And I like the word diversity, because in a social context, it also has a positive meaning. So whatever we can connect to that broad audience that has a foot in the science and natural resources and a foot in the social, I think is probably positive.
I think I'll just add something. I mean, this has been a good discussion. Appreciate the interest in trying to align around certain words or themes. What comes in my mind a little bit is trying to express the things that we don't want to see. Like, what are some of the things that we can agree on that we would not want Oregon's forest to look like in the future? And that could be a whole nother hour-long discussion, but those are the things that I'm trying to kind of pick out of this discussion a little bit, or some of those concepts that help us align around the things that ultimately we do want to get at.
All right. So we have about 45 minutes before lunch, and I think it's just perfect time for moving into this conversation about values. And again, we went round and round and round about what's the starting place for this discussion, and felt subcommittee, others who were part of the prepping for this, felt like didn't want to feed words to you all, wanted to make this an open conversation. And obviously, much of the dialogue that you're having is already steeped in values. So it's not about, it's in a lot of ways, Joe, it is that sense making of, so what values do we have for the forest? When I say resilient, what does that value set look like? Something like that. So I want to just invite us to do a little bit of introspective. I'm going to pass around some of these beautiful, bright Post-its and some pens we'll come around with if you need them. Actually, I want you to use the Sharpies so that people can see your work when you put it up on the wall. But basically, I'm going to have you start with, and I actually want to come back to the subcommittee framing for this, because where you all landed in this conversation around the sort of lens of forest-centric, does that seem like still how you should apply this discussion? Yes? Okay, so thinking forest-centric, the question on the table is, if this is our vision, generally speaking, we kind of have a sense of that, what are the values that we want to articulate into goals? Because that's really where this is going, is a suite of values that then you can orient some goals around. So each sheet will be a singular value that you feel is important to put up on the board. And when we come back to the large group, we're going to have you do sort of groupings together. So you're welcome to write some things down and then just go post them up on the wall. And as things are getting posted up on the wall, if you see some like items, put them close to each other so we can cluster them together and see where this ends up. Go ahead, Ben.
Just a clarifying question. When it comes to the word values, some of it in our group, we talked about forest benefits, which, am I correct that that's sort of an analog to values? Yeah. Say that again. It's a more positive way of assessing forest-centric benefits. So yeah, I mean, I like values, just so that we all know what we're talking about, what we're actually trying to. Carbon is probably one of the things I'm going to put on my piece of paper. I think Mike said desired outcomes. It's another way of saying the same thing, maybe.
Does anybody have lingering questions about this? Just write a single, write a single per page, put them up on the wall. And as we're starting to populate the wall, look for like items and start to cluster those. So this is a group effort to do that, okay? And we'll give you like 10 minutes or so to just jot some ideas and get them up on the wall. All right, so it doesn't look like anyone is still writing ideas down, and it does look like everyone is in break mode, and lunch is here. So we're just going to break. It's not. Oh, it's in. Yeah, but we're going to take a break, and let's come back at 12:45. Yeah. Yeah. And if you have more ideas that are swirling around for you, feel free to keep adding to the list, and we'll revisit all of that after the break. So we'll see those of you in the public. I was just told it was. So we'll be back at 12:45. Okay, let's make. So our board members and our agency leadership. Or not at all. I want to just do this part. Is it? Can I just be like, hey, hold that up? Yep. All right. Okay, so there's been pretty long break. And now we're at that point in the retreat where it's okay, can we hold on for a little bit longer? Can we hold on? At least it's not Friday. But it looks like there was a lot of activity. We sent individuals off to kind of craft some values and yes, values. And then I think Danny tried to do a little bit of grouping. He reported to me at the break that he thinks there's at this moment about 16 groups. So we need to see if there's some either converging or if we need to do a little bit of prioritization, just as a gut check on, are there some that really rise to the top that we might anchor into as a next step to create some goals. So that's kind of the next layer down into the strategic planning. So if I could just get 2 volunteers, 1 board member and 1 agency person to come up and help us do some sense making, that would be helpful. You did? Okay. Carla is going to be 1. Okay. And then maybe a department person that's willing to help. Okay, let's just start with Carla. Come on, Bill. Just for, full transparency, we'll be taking every one of these and putting them into like some version of a something. So we'll be able to give that back to you all as a record of all of the ideas. So as we're doing a little bit of sorting and converging, we won't lose the snowflakes of all of the inputs, okay?
So thank you to, was it Danny that grouped all of these? But if you look at jobs up here in the top left, that had 11 votes of some form and kind. Another big one was carbon sequestration, carbon in buildings, carbon in soils, trees, etc. All forms of carbon had 17. Clean air, clean water, 16. Recreation, access, urban shade, quality of life, aesthetics had 11. Habitat, diverse species and wildlife, species diversity had 10. A big one that had the most related was valuable wood products, logs for mills, wood fiber, forest products, wood-based buildings, timber sufficient for mills. The whole forest products sector had 19. Kind of a miscellaneous over here in the corner was, and I don't think I would just put it as miscellaneous 12. So it kind of needs sorted out. Robin, I don't think it fit anywhere neatly. Social justice and environmental justice had 9. let's see. Complex ecosystems, balanced ecosystems, healthy watersheds had 5. Community health, supporting rural communities, vibrant local economies, vibrant local communities, all worded a little differently, but fell into the same bucket, had 7. Those were some of the major categories. Okay. Some of the miscellaneous was creative forest problem solving, debate, more dollars for shareholders. Thank you, Jim. Total costs for environmental externalities, forest-focused policies, capital investments, continuous improvement, public input. It was just kind of all over the map. I would say it didn't fit neatly anywhere or even among the group itself. Those were more random. Okay. Bill, you want to add anything to that? Anybody want to add anything?
Does this seem right to you based on what you put into the work? Okay, so I'm seeing.
Thank you, Ryan. I think that the diversity of values that are represented on the wall I doubt that none of us would disagree with that diversity. I think the number counting is somewhat problematic because there will probably be ones that I would have added if I thought of them that aren't there. So I suspect others probably have the same. So I'd be careful about prioritizing these by counting them. And I wonder if there's another step that we need to take here to think about how to prioritize those.
I'm thinking this was a great exercise, and I second Brenda's. Reading it there, I was like, oh yeah, I forgot that. I'm glad somebody came up with that. And I think at this point, really, it's about coming up with the list. I think this would have been an interesting exercise to do last night. And I think there's probably value in finding ways to maybe do some version of this exercise in the future when we're offsite or somehow with other stakeholder groups. Not so much to get, again, not to weight them, but to get a more comprehensive list. I don't know what that would entail. I'm not asking for a big, long project to do that, but I'm just interesting to see what other people came up with.
So you mean engaging your external groups around this same question of what values do we have for the forest to either verify or cross-check or see if it's alike or different from what internally you're all thinking about?
I think that would vary a lot depending on where we were at, which is not bad at all. It would be very interesting. The question is, how do we use it in this process over the period of the next year? I'm almost thinking that it would be really interesting to offer that so like if we take last night's social as an example, that's an exercise we totally could have had going independently on the wall. And we could think about that as something to include in future socials where we set that up and make it part of the conversation. Get people started doing it at the beginning of the evening, and then provide some summary at the end. And along the way, we'll learn some things that will probably change the way we think about this process.
Absolutely. Just sort of a quick example. I mean, I think this is indicative of this group. We're all folks who are directly engaged in thinking about forests a lot. When I have similar conversations with some of my urban to people who live in very urban areas, there's an element that isn't really reflected there that's sort of a spiritual rejuvenation aspect of forestry, of forests, that I think a more urban group would populate. And I think there's, depending where you are, there's different values. And I would want to just broaden the tent and try to get more on that list to start with.
I'm kind of curious because I mean, as we do that, and it depends a bit on how far we drill down, but we're ending up with a laundry list, you know, and a long laundry list, which is meaningful because there are a tremendous, you know, depending how detailed you get, there's a tremendous number of benefits that are coming from these forests. So I don't think that's a bad start to have the laundry list, but what are the steps with it after?
Yeah, this is a great idea. And I think going into different communities with different cultural values and getting this kind of a process done would be fascinating. And it made me think, Jim, the laundry list may vary depending upon the culture in which you do this, right? So is there a DEI component to this that we should be thinking about in terms of how we assess values across various aspects of demographic diversity and inclusion? Just posing the question, don't know how to do it, but just, it would show that we're more thoughtfully inclusive if we did that.
And looking through this, a lot of things. The elevation is getting me, and I guess the question for me after reading through all this is, what's the problem we're solving for? And I'm not quite sure the exercise that we started and what we ultimately came up with. There's a lot here. I think it all needs to be captured, but I'm a little lost because there's a lot of detail here. And I think, yeah, what Brenda said on, you know, missing the mark on DEI is a big piece of that. Where does that fit in? So definitely more work here and more clarification on the elevation of these things.
Culturally important sites. So I think it's definitely up there. It just didn't hit the numbers of some of the other things, but it's up here.
And to me, that's the intersection.
But wouldn't that be true with everything? I mean, if we went into the industry, we would add those numbers. I mean, really, if we went to any of these boxes or the environmental groups, we'd add there.
So if
how
you
would that be different?
go into a Hispanic community, go into an impoverished Portland community, go into any of the 8 recognized tribes and ask them, and my guess is you're going to end up with different values. And if we're going to be responsive to all of those groups in an equitable and inclusive manner, we need to understand what those values are. We can't just have a bunch of stickies on the wall.
I just had a question about how this went down the last version, right? What was the process for incorporating others? Like I would like to understand if that went well or didn't go well. I was imagining that at some point we would be seeking input from stakeholders, and I agree, I would love it to be as inclusive as possible. But I'm curious the model. And then I also just had another question. I was looking at the FPFO again, and it, you know, the values that it articulates right now, right? It says the Board of Forestry values these things that currently go beyond what the forest provides in terms of values, right? To more even process related things, or maybe even social outcomes or process things, right? Like informed public participation. And in some of the other department values, you see those sorts of values that are in the way we conduct ourselves and conduct business. Is that something we're doing in this process separately or at all? Are we merging these? So I'm a little confused too. I understand that we're focused on the forest first and the values that trickle through that. But I'm just wondering if the rest of this stuff has a place in the conversation at some point too, or not.
Yeah, to your question on the values that were derived in the last format, I don't know. Jim raised the question earlier around institutional knowledge of the former process, and it ends with the formulation of the values that are there, at least from my perspective, being apparently the resident historian of the previous FPFO. So this would certainly, I'm assuming, be a distinct departure from the prior process and to wherever it goes in terms of assessing additional values to add there.
You know, one thing I want to point out in terms of all of this process is that we as board members are it's sort of like a representative democracy. We are kind of the legislature here, supposedly representing the people, the Oregonians. And as such, to Brenda's point, I think we have to be aware of where our blind spots might be. You know, I think we got enough white guys represented. I think, you know, fair number of white women too. But, you know, you started listing them. What about certain kinds of poor communities, Hispanic communities, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that might give us a little bit of guidance in terms of seeking some of that out. And like I said, trying to identify where our blind areas may be. But at the end of the day, we are put in the position to try to define this whole process and define the values and all of that. And we're not, you know, we're not going to go out and get votes at the end of the day from all of these different communities.
It's highly problematic, Jim, I agree. Think for a second. If we don't do anything to address that, then we haven't addressed, in my view, the breadth of the values of all Oregonians. If we simply rely on stakeholders to give us that advice, we can probably predict what those values are now. Because the two groups are not the same. Stakeholders are a small minority subset of all Oregonians. They're just the ones we hear from, right? So I don't have a solution, but I think to move forward simply listening to stakeholder concerns, it's just going to dig us a deeper hole. We've got to figure out a way of getting more breadth in our.
So I'm not sure how we do that either, but I do know that there might be some groups out there, and there might be, we can get informed by, you know, what other governmental entities have found. And I'll, you know, just thinking about recreation, there has been, you know, there's been studies that inform the change in how we have, you know, make campgrounds now and picnic tables, and the average Hispanic family is, you know, larger than, you know, the parents and the two kids, and so we created a whole different array, larger picnic tables. I mean, this is kind of a simple thing, and we made communal campgrounds. So I know that there are characteristics that we picked out in the Forest Service that were forward focused on certain things. So I'm just thinking, is it worth going out and doing a survey and sensing about what other, you know, your sister agencies have done, have found out, you know, and maybe it's just, and I don't know what, commodities that are different or whatever, but it might be kind of interesting without, you know, and do that census first, see what's out there, and then see what some gaps are versus, and let that inform where do we go to next. But there is information out there that are particular to certain, certain communities?
And I think some of it's going to be fairly obvious. If you're in a poor community in Southern Oregon and you're in the wildland urban interface, and you don't have the money to fire harden your property. I mean, we asked them about forest issues. I can tell you, a whole bunch of them are going to say, I feel unsafe and I need help. That's what I care about, is my house burning up, my losing my family in a wildfire. I mean, just as an example, I sometimes I don't think we have to dig that hard, and certainly jobs is also for those poorer communities. I think all of them is going to be high on the list.
So I'll just add, there was a surprise to me, and maybe I told the story before, but had these movers come into the house in Medford, and our little bungalow is filled with animal heads and fishing rods and just coming out the windows. And this Hispanic company that I got to move some stuff came in, and we were doing the bill of lading at the end, and he was just looking around, and he didn't speak a lot of English, but he basically said, he totally turned to me and goes, I wish I knew how to do that. I wish I could hunt. I wish I could fish. And I was just like, really? So I'm thinking there are maybe some surprises, but it was just, I never thought of that. And I don't know how you pursue that.
So I think there is a lot of merit to, okay, go ahead and look around and see what other agencies have already done with this, and do that scanning and scoping. I think it probably won't be totally satisfactory to what we're talking about here, and that's where and Brenda, you've argued for it several times, and I agree. There needs to be a survey of Oregonians, a scientifically defensible survey, and maybe it's a tiered thing where you identify areas where you need to know more, and then maybe an exercise like this is also then part of it, as until you really get down to what those issues are. And I don't think it's just we've talked about it some from the state forest perspective, but I think it really is, what's the overall vision or feelings, values that Oregonians have about the forest.
So I want to just real quick put in a question, because I think what you're talking about right now is you're creating a choice point for yourselves in this moment of how you proceed with this FPFO development. Where we started was you all write down what you think the values are for the forest and put them up there. We'll try to group them, try to do a little sense making, see if there's even some prioritization. That led to this really robust and interesting conversation about, well, how do we know if we're actually reflecting values across communities, particularly communities who we don't typically connect with? That's the question that's on the table. And so I feel like you have a process point, a choice point here, which is you can pause and not try to do more work on this until you go out and reach out and figure out a way for you to engage on these questions of values. The other choice is that you can do your best shot and take those out and ask different communities how they interpret these values, what these values mean to them, and did you miss anything? So I do think you have a couple of choices here to consider from a process perspective. It's also, I think, elevating what I'm just going to observe is there's an interpretation of these values already happening across this group that is really interesting and worth us taking some time for you all to engage more deeply on. So I just want to put that into this mix, that this is also a conversation about how you collectively are interpreting these values as they come up for you. So I just want to put that question on the table and see where you're all at with that.
I have something I need to report, which is, and all the board members know this. I'm not sure anybody else does, but I've been in conversations with the Oregon Values and Beliefs Center around polling on forest issues. And they're a nonprofit doing highly significant polling. And they were very interested, given how these issues with fire and smoke and everything else have become so important to all Oregonians. They were very interested in a poll on these issues. So I asked different board members. Most of you responded with suggested questions. Been back and forth a little bit with Adam Davis, the founder of that organization, on that. And so they're going to put a poll out with a bunch of questions that have come right out of our board. And so we're, and they're really they're a sophisticated organization. And I've really wanted this kind of thing, because the only polling that we've really had in the past has been Offrey has done polling, but much of that was kind of structured as a push polls. And I think we're going to see a poll that doesn't have that kind of background, and hopefully can give us some really useful. And the other thing that they do is that they consistently do a poll with essentially the same people, so they can measure the difference, 2 years later with a lot of the same questions. He was telling me, just as a point of interest, that they've seen a huge trend since COVID hit in terms of increasing support for conservation values amongst Oregonians, which he attributes to people spending more time camping and going outdoors and all of that. But it's a very noticeable and interesting trend. I think soon. We're really just finalizing the questions right now, and I have an email I haven't had a chance to respond to, but clearly it's going to happen soon enough that we, and hopefully maybe we'll see a couple polls before we're done with this process, and for what it's worth,
Jim, I just wondered if it would be possible to have what you're working with the polls reflect some of the things that we're talking about here today to really inform the FPFO? Or maybe they already do. I can't recall.
Well, I think a lot of them do. I can share back the most recent version with all of you. This process isn't done, so I'm sure we could add some questions. So I might as well just send that out in the latest version to all of you, and hopefully we don't delay too much. I'd love to see this happen.
Is that on? Okay. A couple of things that I was surprised about looking at this board versus the conversations we have as a board is I wasn't surprised that carbon sequestration was very high up with one of the largest number counts. That didn't surprise me. Clean air, clean water, that really didn't surprise me. Those two were among the top two. What did surprise me is the number on jobs and healthy industry related. We had 19 over here on wood products, wood fiber, forest products. Those were two really large categories. We employ over 500 people from 8 different countries. So we have a lot of diversity in our organization. And many of those people have worked with us now 10 to 33 years. And I've spent a lot of time with these groups. Jobs, and I'd be happy to pull them. We're in a natural resource economy. What I hear from them over and over and over again is jobs and opportunity. But I didn't expect those two to be this high among this group. That did surprise me.
So the question that I have as we go through this and try to get more accurate polling is how will we weight that? How will we use it? because, we talked about, getting a committee on, to filter through science. And so how, when we come together and we receive that, how will we hold that? How will we hold the survey on that? How will we hold the, if we go with a science committee? And so they seem to have different weighting. They seem to, maybe appear different in our conscious as we evaluate them. And I think that's kind of, for me, Robin, that's a process question. And something that we probably should talk together, with ODF and as a board member, so we all see it and understand it, as well as the core committee that's working on it. Because I would like to know, when we get this, and I just remember waking up like on November 6th, and I think it was 2016, and I knew Hillary Clinton was going to be president because all the polls said so. And then my husband came in, you won't believe what happened last night. I just go, so I'm going over to the dark side chair, but I kind of would like to know and have ourselves articulated on how we weight that and what makes sense for all of us. I have no thoughts about that, but that was my question. Sorry, Robin.
One minor point I'll just mention that since I've said I would send that draft poll out to all of you, that will be with a BCC format so that we don't get into trouble. So I won't really be able to do a conversation amongst all of you. So I'll have to just have individual feedback.
Yeah, I think ultimately that's for us to interpret, right? I mean, as we see that information, right? Ultimately, we're going to have to interpret this information, draw our own conclusions, and discuss that and collaborate what that really means, right? Liz, I think ultimately that's kind of squishy, but I think that's really the only way by which to, pull that all out. I would just say I like Jim's suggestion about blind spots. Brenda makes a great point, and I think we have worked hard. I think this board is very interested in getting broad perspectives, right? And I feel like that's consistent with board members. And I think looking at it through a lens of blind spots, I think is a way by which to do that. We may be surprised. In fact, we may see a lot of similarities in these values. However, we may see some that may jump out at us and go, aha, we didn't think of that one. And I think but to Robin's initial question, what's the process here? I think we have to continue with these values, with this group, that process, but at the same time, look for those potential blind spots. Create an opportunity through polling. That's a way of doing it, right? Yeah. We may see a blind spot may appear through polling, or we may see a blind spot appear through some of the engagement we have with communities that we don't otherwise engage with. So I see that to me, I can put that together in my head and go, okay, I can see that happening, right? In the timeline we're trying to create this. The other thing I would just say, this document needs to be concise and small, and it can't be so broad, and so, or it's not going to be usable too. So we're going to have to, group these things and put a lot of these things together as far as our values. So
I wanted to just follow on to what Joe said. Joe, you said half of what I was going to say, so I agree with him. No, that's great. You said it better than I could. But just to follow on Liz's question, I don't know what we're going to do with these yet. And I think just from a process perspective, we might be getting ahead of ourselves, but hopefully these will influence goals, strategies, tactics. How do we realize all these different values? We will probably realize that 6 of those there's one strategy in the forest that gives us 6 different values up there. I don't know, but I think if you start putting them together, we'll start realizing what sort of strategies will get us different values. And there's going to be a lot of overlap and a lot of synergy. But I think until we have that list and can look at that sort of comprehensive list, we can't start putting those, grouping those into various strategies and ways to take care of a forest that gives us those different values. And I would also echo Joe that to answer your question, Robin, this is a both and. I think we need to keep working on this. We just need to keep building this list as we go along. And I forgot my last point, but I'll come back.
So I'll just weigh in and agree with Ben and Joe on that. I think we need to move forward with this list, but recognize that this is going to be a living document that we're going to be updating regularly as we get more and more information. So I think that we need to move forward. And the other point to Ben, you mentioned the strategies for each of the values. I agree, have to be consolidated a bit, but nonetheless, you have, in a matrix, columns of values and rows of strategies to meet those. You also have the opportunity to identify indicators for success from each of these values or some groups of values to provide that assessment in the future. So, yeah.
So I'll just say I agree with everybody as well. And I like, Brenda, what you said earlier about making sure that we're not weighting our feedback. Really, I don't know that we need to look at number of feedback or how many times we're hearing something. It's more, I think, the way you are articulating it, Joe. Are we missing something on that list? Like, oh, we didn't absolutely capture that value, or maybe we didn't capture it in the way that's resonating with a lot of the communities out there. So there's a better way to articulate something, or a more inclusive way to articulate something. And so I think I'd be looking at the feedback we're getting through that lens. And I agree with either or and all everything approach. We can keep rolling along with what we're doing and seek more information and feedback along the way. I did wonder about the surveying or the seeking out input, because I think we're going to want input along the way, even beyond values, right? And so is this a continuing dialogue that we're trying to establish with a lot of new and different folks, and then what that might look like over time too? So I think we're trying to initiate a conversation that might endure, right, even maybe beyond the FPFO. And so that's just something I wanted to throw out there.
So I just, hold on one second. I think that is a question that you all need to decide of, are you setting some attention? We had planned on doing a whole thing in a little while around other engagement. So how are you engaging with each other in this space? How are you engaging with other partners, external? And so I'm hearing that there's a pretty strong intention that's being set right now around using this vehicle to do some meaningful engagement with communities that you haven't necessarily connected with, and that this isn't a one-off. Those are the two things I'm hearing right now. There's a number of mechanisms that you can use to attract input. There's a question that Liz is raising about how are we going to make meaning of that and honor that we're actually asking for input. So I think that's another thing to really, really sharply consider. You're not participating the public, you're actually having meaningful engagement. So those are all things that I think at this moment you can establish some intentions around, and we have to do some design around that. So I think they're great questions being raised. I also want to just observe that we need to hear from the executive team right now. We need to hear what your thoughts are on all this. So I'd love to just have the board kind of kick back for a minute.
My phone has started to receive a lot of text messages, so you hit a chord. Some of the people are sitting around the table, so now's your opportunity to share your thoughts. Some are not. They're listening online or otherwise. I'm not going to try to respond. It's too many. But what I was going to say is that in addition to having struck a chord, I'm also hearing some, this is basically what Robin was just expressing, but you're expressing some additional values here, right? I'm hearing values associated with continuous learning and being adaptive, a value of being inclusive in the information that you're gathering when making decisions, a value of wanting to engage different communities. And it's really about doing business differently, I think, than we've seen this board operate in the past. And so that for me is what I'm taking away from this conversation. And it doesn't mean that we slow down the process of working on the strategic plan. These become key elements of the strategic plan. These are values that we want to see become part of the way we do business. And we have the opportunity then to continually revisit the document as we gather more information and learn things, and make the changes that this group or a future group of custodians feel are important.
Well, I missed most of the conversation earlier, but little bit that I've heard so far is trying to think about avoiding a popularity contest. And so, you're probably going to hear lots of things along the way and continue to hear those things, and just realizing, I think to Joe's point about are there new things or those things that are already captured in some way? And so it just, not hearing the rest of the conversation, that's what I'd be sort of interested in, is like, what is the new stuff that we, other than the things that we already know, that need to be the values.
Yeah, when I look at these values, I've done this type of work in smaller settings with smaller groups, and not with the scope that this board covers, the entire state of Oregon. But I think that there's going to be some benefit to continue to do some research for values, whether it be through polls or whatever, meeting in different areas of the state. But eventually, someone's going to have to group. I think this is what Ben was referring to. Group these into themes, and then eventually, the board's going to have to. We can be collaborative with you, but the board's going to have to make the decision on priorities. So not today. It's not today, but eventually.
Yeah, you're not off the hook.
What's that?
You're not off the hook, right? Yeah, all of you. Yeah, at the end of the day, it's really, you all are going to have to sort through this and do your best and try to do right by all of the communities that you're serving in this space. And that's a lot. And you're the right people to do it. So any other executive team members, please want to weigh in? We'll come back to you. Jim, I think you were trying to get in a little while ago.
Yeah. We've been creating this laundry list of, we'll call it values, but of forest benefits. For some reason, I'm a little bit more comfortable calling it that. And this may add to my reputation for wanting to poke the bear, but where in this process do we talk about the threats from our forests? I mean, we have significant threats to human life, to communities, smoke, health issues. We've got a lot of issues that are affecting Oregonians, and it seems to me that not wanting to be here with the dark side again, but where does this come into our process?
Oh, there you go. Isn't that in the challenges piece of it? Because like we're visioning out what we want,
right?
And the challenges to getting there are such that they would produce an outcome opposite of that, or like threatening of that, right? Which is like, for instance, drought being a challenge, climate change being a challenge, invasives being a challenge. And so that's where you get the opportunity to articulate if this threat goes unchecked, this is what we can expect. To manage that, these are the actions we're going to take to actually achieve our goal instead. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's great to list all the challenges, but I think what I would suggest is slightly different, which is really direct threats that our forests pose to communities, to people, to species. I mean, if we keep going in the same direction we are going with fire, you know, to pretend, you know, I mean, the economic challenge, Carla, you know, as you brought up many times, and you know, 10 times the actual cost of firefighting. I mean, there's just a lot of different sides to this now, but I think we need to be facing that head on.
So, Jim, I'm a little concerned that you are replacing me as the resident cynic. So, good job, but you know,
he has gone a little dark, Brenda. He's gone dark.
I can't compete. Come on.
But I agree with Chandra. I think, yeah, there are threats, but from a strategic set of benefits and what we hope will come out as a vision statement, we need to look to what we want and then identify the challenges to get there. And I think fire and smoke as a result of changing weather patterns and a variety of other things is just part of that, along with the economy and along with insects and diseases. But I'd like to, for once in my life, put the positive light out first and then deal with the challenge. I know.
Whoa.
Heretical.
Well, so Brenda.
Trading places.
I know. And I was like, yes, Brenda, I want you to put that positive thing first, but then I'm going to go contrary to that. And in my mind, my planning mind wants to say that as we lay out our vision, we also lay out the existing condition, you know, that be a description of what we're facing now, even before we get to the challenges. And the existing condition is what you described, Jim. It is wildfire at our front door, and as Cal says, it's already through our front door. It's the smoke and the condition of our lands now. So I think, you know, if we do the vision, I think that needs to follow really closely is just what is our reality today? You know, what is our reality that we saw in 2020? 1 million acres, almost 1 million acres last year. I mean, that kind of thing. So I'm hoping it shows up early so we know what's at our door.
Yeah, I'm back on the framework again. I'm not quite sure which one we're using, but typically in strategic planning, one of the inputs is a SWOT analysis looking at internal and external opportunities and threats, which kind of gets to all of this and how you either leverage those or mitigate those. So I'm not sure if that's going to come up, but maybe that's there.
Yeah, analysis.
Right.
You figure out what those challenges are and then figure out what your strategies are to overcome them, but not starting from a place of the terrible, starting from the places of what we want, which is what we're doing today.
Yeah.
So I think, Bill, yes, that fits. I'm hearing very clearly that needs to be part of this process, is that somehow we set this up so you could do a gap analysis of, it's not just where we want to be, it's also kind of discerning what the change would be for getting from here to there.
And you guys just preempted what I was going to say. So,
oh, great.
Yeah, I was thinking too, like Bill, SWOT analysis came to mind, and also the gap analysis, because that's exactly what we're doing now. We're trying to measure where we are, and then vision sets up where we want to be. But part of that, when you talk about the threat from the forest, when I wrote down clean air, that's what a benefit I want. Not only did I think about that as trees create oxygen, but I also wanted clean air. That's an end state. And I didn't put safety. I should have done that, you know, but I should have put safety. You want safety. Yeah. But, you know, they are embodied, and they will be embodied in this, the value statements. But I think the way you look at it is through a gap analysis.
So I don't want to lose, I think, a question that Chandra posed that is a lot of what you're talking about right now, which is we set this conversation up as what are the values for the forest, and trying to get a suite of basically anchor points for you to establish some goals around. So if we took the example of Sort of looking for a non-political one, can't do that. Sorry. But let's just say you pick carbon. You're going to then work to develop a set of goals that anchor around that, and then on and on. We probably can't do that for 17 or however many we have. So we do need to actually do a little bit of synthesizing or filtering. It's gut check at this point. It is not the end all. It is very iterative. Clearly, you want to engage in a process that helps you learn along the way and make improvements to your thinking from today by the end of this process. So it's the first stop. And Chandra raised the question about, are we also setting some values around like how we're endeavoring to do this? And what you're describing is we want to make this a porous, inclusive, meaningful process that helps us better understand if we're reflecting accurately what our communities value out in the world. And that being said, I've also heard a pretty strong forest-centric frame around this. So you being the ones that are part of the board and part of the department, it is incumbent on you to be able to describe and define that. So let's do both and I just want to double check and see if there's any other like offerings that this group wants to make about how, like the process values that you want to make sure we uphold or you all uphold as you step through this. And then we are going to make you do a little bit of a prioritization exercise with the values up there. But we're talking so much about process. I just want to close this loop just a little bit, put a little bow on it.
So I'm going to be provocative, so I apologize about that. But we talked about being forest-centric, and I think everybody kind of agreed that we think about the forest as providing many benefits, some of them to humans, some to other organisms. But yet all of the values that are up on that wall are human-centric, not forest-centric. And I don't know what that means, and I don't know how to reframe this, but we've pivoted from being forest-centric to being people-centric. And I'm a little bothered by that, but I don't know what to do about it, so I'll shut up. And so the question I would have is, what should we be doing for the forest? What values does a forest inherently have that we can contribute to?
I'm your little shadow practice things. How I interpret it, and maybe this is still too forest-centric, how we help the forest is through those things of resiliency, those pieces that help it, head down this path of whatever we think health is. That's how I immediately think, but maybe that is, too conventional, and that's what I was thinking.
Any other thoughts in response to Brenda's question? Do you feel like you can still proceed with the exercise?
So I have a few Indigenous people's friends who I think if they were here would articulate these benefits in a different way in terms of how to benefit the forest, not how to benefit us. And I'm just trying to reflect on that piece because I think not everybody is going to view that as the appropriate path forward.
Thanks for raising that, Brenda. I need to sit with that list for a while and think about it. There's a lot going on in my head about this list, about what is there, what isn't there, what somebody else could add to that list. I think it's a great and interesting start.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm curious to see what our next exercise is. I don't know that I'm going to feel very confident doing much hierarchy with that right now, but I'll give it a try. Yeah, I don't know. I have a lot of questions. I think this is fascinating, but this is half baked at this point.
Right.
In my mind, I feel like.
Yeah, I think we need to think about the terms forest-centric, the lens we're trying to use here, and what is really right. Is it okay for forests to serve people? We make the decisions to do that every day, so I don't know, but where we go there, but I don't think it's appropriate to have a list that's completely forest first, forest centric, or people first. I think that there is going to be a mix.
Well,
and we need to be honest about that.
It's a two-way street, and I think the forest needs things from us in order for us to be able to have things from the forest, and that's why I'm I don't know. It's not all up there yet.
Going around and around.
Yeah, Brenda, I love that whole line of thinking, and I'm equally as I can't reframe it in my head, but I know what you're getting at, and I just wonder if at some level it's commitments that we're trying to make, we're trying to secure. Like, what are we committing to doing for the forest, as opposed to what do we value? So is it under the values frame? Or is there a section about what we need, like we legitimately structure it that way, our commitments or something?
So I don't want to belabor this point too much, but think of the term value, right? Value, it means it has some meaning to us. And in many cases up there on that wall, it's extractive meaning. It's something that we take from the forest. It could be something the forest gives to us if we want to frame it that way, but it's something that we're taking from it. And I don't think all cultures view forests in that light.
No, I agree with that. I can't right now frame it in my head, like what that sounds like in the context of a value. So it would be nice to hear that from other stakeholders.
So I'll make one final pitch here, and that is, if you have a chance, and if you haven't done so yet, read Braiding Sweetgrass by Robin Kimmerer. And it is her point from her tribal philosophy that the earth provides gifts to people. And if we wish to continue to receive those gifts from the forest, we need to treat the forest with respect and give back to it what it will need to continue to provide those gifts. So it's a gift philosophy, not an extractive philosophy. And I'm not a member of the tribal community, so I should not be speaking for them, but that's what I'm hearing.
I have to double check my notes there. So Brenda, to your point, and you're absolutely right, there's a couple that I think ended up in like the miscellaneous that are, centering policy decisions on what's best for the forest to align with the vision. But I'm wondering if one of those, like maybe at the top of that values list, is something along the lines of the Board of Forestry values. I couldn't think of another word other than value, but the inherent value of our forests independent of the benefits they provide us, and make it clear up front that yes, we also value these benefits, but above all, we value the forest itself just for what it is, not necessarily what we can get out of it.
Like that.
Okay, so I'm wondering, because I'm hearing pretty clearly from a number of you that trying to do a prioritization of these right now just does not feel, you're not ready to go there. You don't know if the list is full enough. And there's some kind of preliminary discussions you need to have about sense making. And so we can get out of here a little early, but we're not going to leave just yet. So I'm wondering if maybe we want to just engage in a conversation about what you did put up there and what you meant by it. And if there's any up there that you're not sure about, or, just should we try to kind of work with what you've created so far? Brenda. Yeah. Are we going to prioritize these, and if so, why? I think we've sort of upended this whole exercise pretty effectively, and I think that's great. So I don't say that like, oh my gosh, we're off. But what we had intended to do was elicit the set of values, get them to a list that's succinct enough that you can create anchor points for setting goals. So it's a very linear process. That what I'm hearing from the group is we actually need to engage others on this sense making. That's what I'm hearing. And I just want to double check that. Is it, you want to do both, and you have to kind of go through this process. But the reason that you would prioritize is to say, out of the world of things that we could do, we have to make some strategic choices about our priorities. And again, what I wanted to impress was this isn't the last stop, this is the first stop. So ideas, suggestions, I'm gonna go Carla and then Ben.
I don't think this is a bad starting point, so I would not abort where we're at. I think it's a starting point. Do I think it's a complete list? No. I mean, if anybody should have put jobs up there, it would have been me, and I forgot to put jobs up there, right? So it's just what it is. It's a starting point, and I think we will. We're the leadership. It's our job to create a starting point and move that starting point forward and put that in front of a lot of eyes. I expect we need to get that in front of minority groups. I was a little surprised urban forestry didn't make the list, and I want to apologize to our friends from last night. I should have put that up there too. If it's up there, I didn't see it. I think that's a blind spot. But if we go to the environmental groups, we should expect, we know we'll have certain feedback. If we go to the industry and forest products group, we'll have different feedback. If we go to small woodlands, we're going to have different feedback. Urban forestry, we want lots of feedback from 360 around our organization. That's our job, is to provide a starting point, leadership, and get lots of feedback as we refine this process. So I think let's not be too hard on ourselves, and there's a lot of good things up here. This is one of our 4 major, stools of Oregon's economy, and that's reflected in these comments up here. And it's an important industry, and it's a good starting point. So I wouldn't be too hard on ourselves.
Thanks for that, Carla, and I completely agree. Following on Brenda and Robin's conversation about ranking these in hierarchy, I can't get my head around ranking these right now, and we may get there. I know we maybe in our small group talked about this already, but we may. I just wonder, what happens if I go up there and I rank and clean air doesn't make the cut. We can't write an FPFO that doesn't include air, but everything is equal. They're all important. And at this stage of our process, I don't know that we need to kick something out. I don't know that we want to at all in our process kick something out, or these are forests in Oregon and we have to make tough calls about this, but I don't think we're there yet. And I think we need to grow the list before we start putting any value judgments or assignments on this list. Yeah, I mean, Carla, I think you called out a couple of the big blind spots that we already identified, and there's a lot more. And the last point I'll try to make is that just to remind us that we're sort of thinking of this as an all lands project, which is not just the lens through which most of us look at the forest, which is sort of private and state forests, but it's federal forests and parks and urban forests and tribal forests. And I think we need some input from those stakeholders to help us figure out how do all of the forests in Oregon work, and what do they provide us, and what do they need.
Thank you for.
I mean, I think we have to remember. I'm sorry. I think we have to go back and remember we're wanting this document to be succinct, and I think we have to at some point, maybe not prioritize, but what is included in this plan, right? What's, we're going to get really sideways. What's ranking. I mean, that's difficult, right? But it's more, what do we include in this plan? How do we keep this plan succinct, and how do we keep this plan meaningful to us and the department and Oregonians? I mean, we can't forget that, right? And I think this is a great list. I think it's hits upon a lot of things. It's curious, you begin to think about what you missed, right? So blind spots again. I think as we think through this, it's not complete, but then again, this group has to talk about that as we get more information.
So I will agree yet again with my subcommittee colleagues. I think it's a mistake to prioritize or rank. I think that's going to devolve into probably some really difficult conversations. And we've identified some important values. I think they're all important values, and we all will rank them differently, I suspect. And I don't think that's a productive path forward. I think we may need to make some decisions about what we keep in and what we don't keep in, but that's a different conversation entirely.
Oh, thanks. Now, one of the things I've learned is if I just wait for everyone else to talk first, then they've usually said what I was going to say anyway. So, but I'll talk anyway. So I agree with all that. I actually find the exercise of prioritizing values a little odd, because we just framed it up as, right, what values does the forest provide? And there's not necessarily a ranking we need to do with that. Right. So we can articulate all of those, and we can articulate them, and we can have conversations about the best way to do that, because clearly there's like a million different iterations up there that we can think about, and whether we captured everything. And I think we're going to have to continue down that path. And that may be something we do in the meanwhile while we're scoping additional information, because I kind of agree with Carla too. Sometimes you get more robust feedback when you're actually giving some folks something to react to and be like, oh, well, you completely missed this, as opposed to not starting with anything. So I do appreciate what you were saying, Ben. I don't think it's an appropriate time to prioritize. That said, I think we will prioritize, and I think that's more going to come in the goals and actions, right, of linking back to how we get healthy and resilient forests, or whatever our goal statement is. And so that will be an interesting exercise, but I feel like that is several steps down.
Yeah, I'll agree with what I'm hearing here. I really disagree with the idea of trying to rank the values. And that will probably extend to goals. What's more important than others, maybe a little bit more in goals, depending on how this shakes out and how they're framed up. But, it is there's a lot of things that we want from the forest that are on that wall. And that is a lens that we have a hard time getting beyond, because we are who we are. And we tend to look at those things in terms of what's of value to us. And even when we're trying to value something that's not directly, extractively of value to us, it's still of value to us in some way, right? I mean, can't get around it. But I think, there's something here about on some of those sticky notes, there's an element of what is gifted to us from the forest, or what we take from the forest, however we want to look at that. But then, what we give back. And we're giving back why? To ensure that we keep getting the gifts, right? I mean, there's always been that kind of dynamic of humans with nature, regardless of the, particular construct you're dealing with. So we look up there and we see some things like species diversity and stuff like that. Then it's like, okay, so we're taking something from in a real simple frame. We're going to harvest a stand of trees. Are we going to put back a monoculture? Or are we going to put back something more diverse that is positioned to then be resilient, adaptable, choose your word, so that we can continue that relationship that we have with the forest? But anyway, sorry, I rambled. But yeah, I support not really trying to prioritize these things.
Yeah, I want to make clear that I still believe we need to do some more research on the values. But to make this values useful to the document, we do need to do some higher level grouping and themes. And then we can start talking about the importance of these different themes, because if you have a list of 27,000 or 27 even, it gets really hard to have a focus. And, when you talk about values of an organization, we might say values that we respect different cultures. That might be something. And how do we respect it? Well, the value is respecting the cultures, but we might say we respect tribal cultures because some of them believe that they're part of the system. They're not apart from the forest system. Some of them also believe that they always look 7 generations down the line. And I kicked myself because that's one I was thinking about writing, but I didn't. But that we have a legacy. But we need to make it practical. We need to synthesize these and get them into themes and talk about that. So I'm just trying to be practical, because if we have a bunch of these on the wall, Brian, good luck.
Well, Cal, that's where I was going to go. I had some notes here that I've been scribbling down, and I wanted to just offer maybe a little path forward. So I think we're stuck in a pretty typical conundrum, particularly in government: timeliness versus process. And it's going to be a challenge all the way through. I think, though, Cal, you really outlined what our end point is that we really need sort of 5 to 7 high-level values that are representative of the constellation of sticky notes that we could potentially collect over the next 3 to 6 months or something like that, as we continue to add to it. It's not really that we aren't necessarily forced to prioritize any of them, but we are forced to try to come up with some value statements that we feel are representative. And I think that we've talked about, and I won't belabor it for time, I think we've talked about some different mechanisms that we could use to do that. Some of them more formal, like the survey, it sounds like, Jim, you've initiated. Some of them less formal, like beginning this process as soon as we get home, of starting to kind of collect and organize these in a certain way, and then offering that to communities as we go around and talk about this and get their feedback, get their additions, get their subtractions. We also have the opportunity, I think, to anchor ourselves into something if we want to. So been trying to look at some of my text messages. We talked about anchoring this into climate smart forestry and the climate change and carbon plan. That is potentially one framework that we could use to help capture some values that highlight this constellation. So I hope that it puts a little bit of structure and gets us there without the concern that we have to necessarily go through and prioritize everything.
I want to echo Cal on that what he said around, we do end up having to get practical at some point. That's really important for us to be mindful about. I also wanted to just throw out there in terms of process and see if anybody disagrees with this. So we've talked about things like polling. We've talked about trying to do things through this process that might reach out to what might be our blind spots to those communities, things like that. And of course, we're going to get feedback from stakeholders and others. I don't think we need to wait for any of that. I think, as that, we have a couple of years here. And, we can veer a little bit as some of that information comes to us and back up and make a change, later down the road as this goes, because it is a process. I just worry that I don't see a reason, and if anybody really disagrees with me, let me know why we just can't keep stepping ahead here.
So on the point of timeline, I would hope 12 months from now, so at next year's retreat, we're sitting here with a substantively completed product that we're feeling pretty good about, knowing that we have the opportunity to make change over time, adaptively.
I didn't know that ODF did anything in 1 year.
Maybe I've set the bar too high.
I'm sorry, cheap shot. Yeah.
Put fires out.
So I think we'll send you to a break, but I do want to just, as a actual next step on all of this, is suggestion to take this, put it into some format that can be reviewed. Take it first to the subcommittee to do a little sense making and see if we can pop something back out to the group in terms of like organizing it around maybe a suite of value statements, and really eyeing toward producing a first iterative piece that you might use as an engagement tool for really engaging communities on interpretation of values and making sure you're not missing anything and making sure that you're really thinking about the lenses that you're looking through this in. Does that seem like an okay next step for the values piece? Okay, vague enough, but somewhat specific enough. Okay, we are going to take a break. We do have a vision statement to hear about and see if that's a good workable piece for us to walk away with today. And then we might get to a little more specifics around engagement opportunities and the cadence of iterations that you're going to do over the next year. So that'll be what we'll wrap up with today. But all really phenomenal conversation. So I appreciate y'all. We'll see you in, let's say 15 minutes, 2:15. Okay, let's come on back for our last little segment here. And we will resume with just a quick cap on the last conversation that you all had about values and a couple observations. I'll make one, and then Liz, I know you wanted to say something as well. But one of the things I would observe for you all is really with this values conversation, allowing yourself to steer clear of a binary view of these things, that it can be all and everything, and there's also a practical prioritization that you'll have to do down the road. So I think we want to make sure that there's not a misunderstanding of the intent today was not to do a values versus values conversation. It's not right versus right. It's everything's important, and are there pieces for which you want to focus? And I think we maybe jumped too quickly to that. But I do want to just encourage you as you're stepping through this to really avoid one of the traps, perhaps, of seeing this through a binary lens, because you'll get pushed to look through a binary, and that's not what you're doing here. So I want to honor that for all of you.
The light is on. So I had a quick conversation with Robin because I was, trying to understand the dynamics in the room a bit. And so I will speak for myself. When we started this, the little pieces of paper on the wall, for me, it was literally almost like a brainstorm. And for me, I just did sort of quick, intuitive, what's in the front of my brain, what am I thinking of? And it really was a start for me, just a mark on the wall. And then I noticed that probably, I don't know if that was right or wrong, good or bad, because half of them ended up in miscellaneous. But I just had to say that it was just an intuitive first mark for me, and that's what I offer it as.
All right, so much more to come on this conversation, but just didn't want us to walk away feeling like, were we being pushed into something that we did not want to be pushed into? And I would be remiss if I didn't really acknowledge that out loud. So the subcommittee did a little work over the lunch hour to try to grab all of the different vision statements and pull them into a singular, perhaps workable draft for you to work with. So Ben, Brenda, and Joe.
They keep pointing at me. Well, it's on the wall over there. Complex and resilient forest ecosystems that endure and adapt. That was, we felt like that was our best take on really trying to represent the four different phrases. And I'll just set it out there, and yeah, I think it speaks for itself.
What did we leave out?
Yeah.
We intentionally left a few things out.
Thoughts, feedback, critiques?
Well, we talked about
thumbs up.
We talked about some of the things we left out, some words we left out. I'm just curious, what do we leave out?
Yeah, I have a initially positive response. The only thing that seems missing is that what we have, or is that where we're going? And how do we communicate that?
I think that's our vision. That's where
obviously
we're going.
that's where we want to go.
I think.
I don't think that's what we have right now.
Yeah, I don't think.
That's where we'd like to go.
Maybe we put, just to be real clear about that, when we put it down on paper, we put future vision. Hmm.
But isn't vision by definition future?
Isn't it somewhat implied? I mean,
It somewhat implies, yeah, but
vision statement seems.
Yeah,
I'm okay with future.
Okay.
Chandra said something before lunch when we were working on this that resonated with me. And I think I had said earlier in the day, is it true? You know, if you're putting these statements out, is it true? I think that's always a good gut check. It is in our company. I wonder if we ask 25 people what this meant. It means a lot to the three of you because of your knowledge in forestry. But if we ask the next 25 people on this, you know, that might relate to what we do, if they could really explain what that meant, I think it might tell us something. I think it's a pretty complex statement myself.
I don't disagree with it. I think it is. It's using some words that really do mean a lot to what it does. How can we write that same message
Yeah.
more digestible?
Yeah, I was just thinking, you know, I think Carla's point is good. I mean, I think anybody who has any much exposure to forestry understands what complex means.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure a legislator would, for example.
So I guess my reaction to that is you're right. I think average person on the street would struggle with what that means. But remember that this is the vision of the Board of Forestry and ODF, not the vision for the standard average person on the street. And so to me, it seems like a vision for the agency and the board should reflect some level of forest knowledge and understanding of some of the complexities. But how you sell that to the legislator could be very different. And how you sell it to somebody else could be very different.
I think it goes back to your point originally, is that all this has to be defined.
Yes.
So you need to have a quick definition of what particularly complex means, because that's one that you might lose people on right away.
True, but remember, this is only the first step, right? The next step is, help me, Robin, the mission and the values and the goals. And so once that's all framed out, then this should become clearer. And if it doesn't, if it becomes less clear, then we clearly have missed something along the way.
So the question that I had for you, for the subcommittee is, you know, I recognize the resilience, the ecosystems and adaptation. Why was it important to put complex in there? What were you trying to convey in that first word?
I think one other element to that, I think complex, to me, complex sort of implies a scale, that diverse is a little more open-ended. Diverse could mean, you know, you have multiple different forest types in Oregon. Well, that's a diverse forest in Oregon, whereas complex means at a smaller, to me, it seems like it implies that at a smaller scale, there is complexity. Just an implication. I don't know if that's, anybody else shares that. To Jim's question, it is a mouthful and it is technical. I think one could fairly easily write an explainer paragraph of, this is what we think this looks like. And I pulled this out. You know, and if you look at the back, there's these, we've seen these images a couple times, and Ofri did a nice job here of sort of the idyllic forest scene, which has it all, has all those different elements. And I think you could come up with an image or a paragraph that tries to sort of represent what that might look like, that I think could go along, could be a companion if needed, depending on the audience.
I agree with you about the word complex. I think it is a good word. I just think it needs to get that definition. The only other thing I just throw out is that ecosystems may be a turnoff for some people. We may lose some people. Does this read okay without that word in it? Just saying.
So I've had this discussion with a few folks over the last 4 years, but so a forest ecosystem has a whole set of functions that a tree farm may not. And that's the distinction that I see, that the reason why I would like to see ecosystem be kept in. However, if we're going to define things and define forest as a forest that has a whole set of physical and biological systems embedded in it, then maybe it's not necessary. But I think you're going to lose some people if we take it out. Just my sense.
Can we start with the question of, did they capture the intent of the collective in the conversation today? Because you had 4 statements. They were very similar. There's definitely word definition and contextualizing of this, but I want to just not to push you to yes, and this can change, but did they get the intent behind it? Are they getting the intent of what you want to say about your vision? Let's start with that, and then we can talk about, we maybe need different words or ways of saying this or defining this.
So I think generally we did get the intent. I think one of our goals that we had, at least in our group, was simplicity as well, recognizing. So I guess to me, it's, do you make the concept more complex at the beginning and describe it? Either way, you're describing it. Either way, you're defining it. Right. So the question is, what feels more intuitive to folks as and representative of what we're trying to do, right? In your vision statement, recognizing regardless, we're going to be further defining. And what our group had decided to do, at least, was recognize that you had a whole bunch of if we started putting too many words in, we found we had to keep adding words. Right? Like if we're saying this value, we better have this value in here too, and this value in here as well. And so we quickly would snowball, like the farther you got away from the simplistic, and I don't mean simplistic, right? But a little bit more concise, I guess. So I guess I just wanted to acknowledge that was something that we grappled with. And clearly the word that's changed here, a lot of the groups had healthy, right? So we don't have healthy anymore, and we have complex now. And I'm guessing, same thing. I like the word complex, but I don't know that everyone does understand it. And like you said, Brenda, I'm not really sure when we're thinking about our audience, what makes the most sense, right? Like I do want this to be something that a lot of folks identify with, because I think it's going to be, we want it to be used by all manner of stakeholders, right? And we do want it to be something the legislature takes and they feel like they want to invest in. We want other agencies to take it and it to be like a guiding document that resonates with folks. So at the end of the day, that is something that I'd like to see it do.
I think there's a lot of words there, and they are some complex words. It sort of, as I look at this more from this vantage point, they sort of hang together. You need complexity and resilience in order for a forest to endure and adapt. It is a more robust ecosystem. And I think the ecosystem word is somewhat important because you need an ecosystem in order to provide all those benefits that we just listed out. It's sort of implied when you say forest, but I think ecosystem sort of helps round that out, that this is not just providing one or two benefits. This is providing a whole range. And I think ecosystem sort of helps lay that groundwork. But it is complicated.
Robin, don't give up on us, okay? This is always a point where it's a good time to shut up and hand this over to your marketing team and your communications people and say, how many ways might we use this tagline? Would we use it as a tagline? Do we want to use it on brochures, on our business cards, on our social media? Or do we just want to put it on this one document and that's it? If we're going to use it widely, I suggest this isn't it. We need the marketing people to take a look at this. So I think we need to wrestle with it. I think we've got the right words among the conversations we had today. But if we want this to go wide and broad, we want people to have a better understanding and then further define what we're talking about, you know, on the rest of page 1 and 2.
You know, I agree with this language, but I do want to point out that this is fairly aggressive language in that not going to be looked at positively by industrial tree farm, single species companies that are taking that approach. We're specifically saying, I mean, that we're not believing that that is the right approach for forestry, for any forestry in Oregon here. Well,
I don't think that's necessarily true. I mean,
well, good. I mean, you're on that side. So if you're not offended, I'm not.
I believe that I manage an industrial forest land that I believe is complex and resilient. Okay. So I guess jumping to that, I would maybe you're right, and maybe by some may view that. But I don't know that you want to make that assumption just yet. I've seen very complex and resilient industrial forest lands, because that's part of, you know, good forest management. That's part of what's required in sustainability and SFI standards and C standards and stuff. So, you know, it's maybe I hear you what you're saying.
You're the man, Joe.
I hear you. I do agree with Carla. Carla makes a great point. I think marketing, I can kind of get behind the idea of healthy, resilient forests that endure and adapt. I mean, I can begin to get behind using words that are more understandable, or, you know, I don't know, catchy is the right word or whatever, you know, something that people can remember. But anyway.
Let's move on, just so that because what we'll do is we'll keep doing more wordsmithing, and I'm afraid we're going to spin out a little bit. Mm-hmm. That being said, there's a really important question on the table of who's our intended audience with this, and I think that is definitely something for you to grapple with and actually try to get a handle on, at least at the outset, of how are we taking this lens right now. I also am hearing again a need for you to test this out with your different audiences. What does this, you know, you come up with what you think this means, what your intention is, and then you test that out. And so that's either finding ways to contextualize it and communicate it well, or it's testing it out to see if the words need to change. So it's, you know, there's a couple of different ways that this might play out. But I think at the outset, the question is, are you setting the intention that you, board and executive team, want to set? And it sounded like yes. Figuring out audience is going to be an important piece of the puzzle. So I think we'll sit with it for now. It'll be one of the next steps is to go back first with the subcommittee and find ways to loop in everybody around, you know, further defining this, creating definition around some of the words if that's important. Sounds like it is. And then maybe even revisiting this question of if our audience is broader than putting this on our FPFO, if it's more of a marketing tool or something that's a tagline that we want to be part of our identity, that's a different question. The other next steps, just to cap off around the values piece, is we, the team, will capture everything and digitize the different individual inputs, start some grouping. Again, we'll go back first pass with the subcommittee to see if there's ways to kind of synthesize those to a manageable place. It sounds like we need to do another round to further generate the list. I heard from a number of people that you feel like you missed some things, so we'll need to create an opportunity for you to do that. And then we need to figure out what your engagement plan is going to look like here. So we've got a couple floating ideas. Jim was going to share the questions that are being developed for this poll and possibly have an opening for adding to that or offering some framing that would allow you to get some meaningful input back into this process. There's also the idea of figuring out ways to do meaningful community engagement across the landscape. So we need to figure that out. I think it's maybe something that we can start a conversation with and bring some ideas back to you all. Those are the three things I've captured so far, but I know there was stuff from day one that are next steps and action items out of the conversation. So I'm going to look to Ryan for that.
Well, it's good that I was just scribbling some notes down to try to answer that question. Let me see if I can make sense of them here. So in terms of the process today, Robin, I think you captured it well. I know we got a little wrapped around the axle here maybe this afternoon with the values piece, but good conversation. And I think a lot of good starting points to begin to create some structure around what comes next. And I think that will work probably with someone on Robin's team, independent from the board, independent from the agency, to help us begin to take a lot of the input that we've received here and put it down on paper for everyone to respond to. I think it's helpful when you kind of have something concrete that you can react to. Robin also mentioned some planned engagement. I think that we've clearly identified an interest in continuing to expand the values and the conversation around the values. So I think that through a variety of mechanisms over the next 6 to 12 months, we have the opportunity to do that and make it part of the conversation. I think there's also an opportunity to share some of the workload here. I was talking with Kyle about this a little bit at the break, and he had to take off early. But you know, we have the dedicated subcommittee that's working on this, but I think that as little bits and pieces kind of fall out, there's an opportunity to bring in other members of ET, of the executive team or the leadership team, or other board members to help work on those components. To not only share the workload, but help to diversify the perspectives and build ownership over the product. I think particularly around the values component, we had a little conversation that started earlier about kind of high-level values or organizational values. And if you look, you know, at some of the other strategic plans from other agencies, they reflect a lot of organizational values. And so we need to think about where does that fit into this conversation. So those are some thoughts, semi-concrete to-dos from today. So then thinking about yesterday, we talked through, let's see, where's my yesterday notes? So I heard really clear consensus around a new meeting cadence, creating more time and space in our agenda for deliberate discussion and also for community engagement. And so I think that we really take advantage of that next year moving forward, I guess, and next year as an opportunity to have a touch point on this topic every time we meet, and as an opportunity to engage communities every time we meet, particularly if we commit ourselves to trying to have, say, 3 of those meetings not in Salem. Let's see here. We also talked about setting how we set agendas and how we work together to do that, and kind of having a regular iterative process of checking in with each other, but most importantly, a clear process for making suggestions to put items on the agenda that are of interest to the board. Or from staff. We've identified that we don't really know how that happens. It just kind of happens, and we want to formalize that. So we'll work on that. We talked about the work plans and trying to simplify that process a little bit, trying to simplify the way it's presented, and also creating an element of being able to track progress on those issues that are identified there. And we talked through kind of a matrix of sorts with some different buckets. So we'll be working on that. And then finally, there's the big piece around board governance, and I'm going to loop in underneath that the advisory committee conversation. I think those things dovetail well, and I'm hearing commitment to working together over a year. Seems to be a popular horizon. We'll see if it's doable or not over the next year to help formalize a lot of what we're already doing in a board policy manual, and viewing that as kind of a parallel process to this larger strategic planning work that we're doing. I think they're complementary, but we want to be careful that they don't cross over. I think they'll distract from each other. So those were, and Robin's been typing, hopefully capturing what I said. Great, thank you. Since my notes probably don't make a lot of sense. Those were the major takeaways. And in the event that anyone was despairing that we didn't accomplish anything, I think we did. I think we accomplished a lot. And we've got a lot to work from here. So I really just appreciate the engagement and conversation from everyone around the table.
So Ryan, we have 3 ladies sitting in the back of the room who have sat for 2 days and listened to us. I would sure like to see if they've got 1 or 2 high-level things that just observing us that they would offer.
Come on, Peanut Gallery.
Hi, Cindy Robert, fan club, president of the groupies. So we did at one point, when you guys were doing your visioning, we took the buckets that you talked about and we kind of changed them up a little bit, the different buckets we thought were important. You've actually come a long way since this, because this was this morning, but thought that we might just share how the 3 buckets that, as we saw them. And they were, you remember that the subgroup told you, Joe's my boss, so I really shouldn't be like saying anything that he didn't say was perfect. But you guys had climate change, social, and economic, and we relabeled them. And we said the 3 buckets were addressing changing climates and diverse environments. And we have the reasons why. So addressing changing climates and diverse environments, adapting to communities and social needs, and protecting the economic viability of communities and state. And we bulleted out what each of those means. So happy to send that to Robin if it's helpful anyway, but that's what we came up with.
Thank you. Did we miss any of the to-dos or action items out of what Ryan and I just described at the end there? Just want to make sure we didn't miss anything, because I know you all are tracking it too, right? Just kidding. Okay, it's been a long day. Final thoughts from our esteemed leaders as we cap off the 2 days.
Go ahead, yeah.
And actually, I'd like to have you start, but then I'm going to invite everybody. We'll go around, and if there's just a sentence that you'd like to offer by way of what you are walking away with from the 2 days that you just spent together, I'd love to hear from each of you. But we'll start with you, Jim.
Oh, we're starting with you, Jim. Oh, okay. Well, my observation is that we had a successful retreat. I think we're walking away with a vision, although it hasn't been wordsmithed. And of course, for me, it means a lot. So I'm a forester, so that doesn't count. But I think it came out really well. But if I look back on the last couple of days, we've gone from starting with evaluation of the board, gone through some governance topics, talked about process, how we can make the meetings more effective for the board and for the Oregonians. And then we had that great social last night, and I think that was just outstanding. And I think that social, if we can launch off of that, we might be able to incorporate activities like that next year. I think that was extremely valuable. Then today, I think we made vision. One of my observations as I looked at the values, I looked at the vision statements, is how similar they were. There were groupings in the values. They weren't like just all over the place. So I think that this concept that I'd like to see us as board speaking with one voice more often is not that far away. And the final thing I want to say is that this took a lot to put together. I want to thank everybody that worked on this last night. And then I also want to thank our group back there. They've been very dutiful, and thank you for your input. But I also want to thank the people out in Zoom land. If you listen to this and you're participating and have comments to us, I appreciate your participation. So thank you.
We're running almost out of time. Rather than try to have everybody make a comment, I would just ask, does anybody have one of those aha moments from the last 2 days that they would love to share? You don't have to.
Yeah, I don't know that anything qualifies as an aha moment necessarily. I will say though, for the event, the social event, I found the format with the storytelling and having a different party facilitating that conversation to be a really, I think, effective way of having a dialogue with the community. And I hope that's something that we can model elsewhere. Yeah, I think that was my probably biggest, again, not an aha, but.
I thought last night the urban forestry group was awesome. And what I heard most about was jobs. And, really an entry point into forestry and something that we deeply care about, not just as professions, but also an early entry point for young people. And I think there's some connectivity there that we didn't have time to talk about, but we don't want to lose that because that was a gem last night.
I guess I do have something to say coming from the field and, being grateful for this opportunity, getting to sit here with you guys. I think you've got great direction in coming up with a vision, and it's great to see the engagement with the staff. That is huge for me and something that I will take back to the field and be able to speak on. Another good thing for me was, we talk about getting out of Salem and seeing the rest of the world, and it was really good for me to get into the Salem area to see what happens here and at the board level. So thank you all for that.
Yeah, I wouldn't say necessarily an aha moment for me, but what I really appreciated, and I heard this mentioned quite a few times yesterday, and especially today, it's about building that trust, working with each other between the board, the executive team, director's office, and the trickle-down effect to the leadership team. So I really appreciate that because it is incredibly huge and important to take that opportunity to build those relationships and seeing working towards a highly functional organization. So thank you.
So I think probably my biggest aha moment over the last 2 days was earlier today during everybody's kind of report out of how they got to their draft vision statement and seeing how similar the outcomes were, but how different the processes were. And I don't know if it was the composition of the groups or what, but it was, from the group that Mike was on that had this whole mapping thing going on, and some folks just had a bunch of drafts, and we just put marks all over the page. It was just cool to see everybody come at it from such different ways and end up somewhere very similar.
Much like Teresa, just say appreciate the interaction with everybody, not being a full-time ET member and filling in for Brian.
So I missed day one, so I don't have a lot to reflect on there. I've been involved in various strategic planning efforts since I've been with the agency, and it's always very messy to start with. And that's okay, right? It's got to be messy to start with, and I think we were kind of struggling with that off and on today. But I think we had a very productive discussion. I think it was effective, and I think we're on the right track.
I'll just do kind of a one-word checkout. In a resource-based agency, the word that I kind of leave with is soft skills.
I'll just mirror to a degree what Andy referenced, which is the collaborative effort here. I think, while difficult and not without challenge, creates a great opportunity moving forward for something much more significant.
Yeah, it's hard to add very much more after you hear from a few people, but I'm with Joy. Everybody is here because of the diverse perspective and that we landed at the same place. But for me, I think it's the desire of everybody wanting to make things better, I think, is where I land on moving us forward.
So I love aha moments, and I always look for them. And I had one last night. I've said it to several people today. Last night's dinner and social hour, it was awesome. I got to talk to people I would normally not speak to, got to talk to people about the Board of Forestry, what the heck we are, right? And I think a lot of people learned a great deal. I'm sure other board members did the same thing. But it was curious that, urban forestry, they talked a lot about, it's more than just having trees. We have to maintain trees. We have to do maintenance of trees to have them be resilient and have them be, persist, and I'm telling you, I'm a big believer in working forest, and I make that connection, how we need to, manage these forests, whether they're urban forests, whether they're federal forests, whether they're, to get the values that we hope to get from. So that was really it was interesting when I had that. That was an aha moment for me.
Yeah, I think it's just, I'm really impressed by what I feel is a sea change with the board and how it's collectively speaking about the forest. And this ties again back into the social, right? Here's this interaction that really we have not given due diligence to over the years, even though it's been there. But then, it's really, as opposed to what do we do with this forest that we have, and more about what's our relationship to it, and how do we make sure we're sustaining it so that it can sustain us and all of that. So it's a different paradigm, and I think it's a good one.
Yeah, I want to just thank everyone for putting us together and alternating seats. Because I really enjoyed hearing from and working with staff members, all of you who showed up here today or yesterday. It was great, and I sure hope we have more opportunities to have these kinds of settings. My aha moment was that from now on, I'll recognize that I should not get a COVID booster and a flu shot the afternoon before a day-long meeting.
I would just like to say I really appreciate the engagement, the two-way collaboration, and two-way communications that took place here. That was great. Was happy to be a part of that.
Today was really fun. I really enjoyed this exercise, and there's a lot of smart people in this room. That was my aha moment. It's not an aha moment. I knew that already, but it was manifested today. And so thank you to everybody for weighing in with brilliant ideas and getting us to where we are. And I look forward to more of this.
So I really appreciate the commitment to trying new things and thinking about doing things differently and recognizing that it's not all going to be perfect. We're going to make some mistakes, but we're going to do it, and we'll learn and change and adapt. So I think that's, one of my biggest takeaways. And beyond that, I just want to recognize, as many have here, the commitment of time, energy, and effort that it takes to pull these meetings off. Not just from all of you, but from a team of people behind the scenes that work really hard on a lot of details and are planning at least 2, sometimes 3 or 4 meetings in advance, all simultaneously. I'm really sorry that Hillary was not able to join us the whole time. She is, of course, a linchpin in all of this. A lot of the other staff are represented here in the room today, as well as the executive support team that helps to keep everybody on track, keep things on the rails, and keep our timelines chugging along. So I just appreciate that.
Okay, I'm going to rush through some thank yous. It's going to be like the end of a TV show where you've got a whole bunch of people to thank. And so obviously I want to thank Robin as our facilitator first, staff, obviously Hillary, and everyone else from the staff, executive team, presenters. Vivek was fabulous. And then I think there's my fellow board members as well. So thank all of you. And with that, this 2-day retreat is adjourned.